From introducing the 10-point program in 1986 to tackling the tasks ahead in 1996 to the consolidation document that focused on strengthening the games in 2001 to prosperity for all in 2006 to steady progress in 2016 to securing your future in 2021 to protecting the games in 2026. Today, the 12th of May, President-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni swears in for the 7th term at the Kololo Independence Grounds. Good morning, Uganda. You are watching UBC TV this morning, the 12th day of May 2026. My name is Julie F. Nantaba, together with Robert Chirabo Nyonyitono, coming to you live from the Nile Avenue. Robert, good morning.
A lovely morning to you, Julie, and our viewer. Thank you very much for waking up with us on this historical day when we are yet going to see Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President-elect, being inaugurated at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. Now, he came to answer a challenge that was insecurity by then. 40 years, him and the team have fulfilled their promise. Border to border, Uganda is secure. Every corner, Uganda is secure. A force that had become the problem of many Ugandans, a threat to them, is now their favorite. Transformed into Uganda People's Defense Forces, everyone cherishes, and we now export peace. Congratulations, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Right, thank you very much, Robert. On that note, let's have a look at what we have on the local scene. But before we even delve deep into the updates, one thing for sure is today there's a lot for you to follow, and the best we can tell you by our lips, but best experienced, is for you to keep your eyes locked into UBC TV as we bring you the stories, all updates from Kololo, and all the stories of history as they come through. What do we have on the local scene this morning? Well,
we begin with arrivals. We have a number of presidents and dignitaries that jetted into the country and are still jetting into the country. Now, foreign dignitaries have arrived in the country ahead of President Yoweri Museveni's today's inauguration. The dignitaries included heads of state and other delegates. His Excellency Sheikh Hassan Mohamud, the President of Somalia, opened up Monday 11th May arrivals. Hassan touched Entebbe Old Airport and was received by the Prime Minister of Uganda, the Right Honorable Robin Nabanja, alongside Somalia's ambassador to Uganda. He was followed by the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi. Felix Tshisekedi was received by the former Prime Minister John Patrick Amama Mbabazi. From Ethiopia, the President Taye Asker Salesi also was among those who arrived in the country. He was received at Entebbe Airport by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Ruth Nankabirwa. His arrival was followed by the Vice President of Zimbabwe, General Retired Dr. Constantino Chiwenga, and his wife. He was received by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Norbert Mao. The President of the Arab Republic of Sharaswili, His Excellency Ibrahim Gali, followed. He was received by the Minister of State for Trade, Wilson Mbasu Mbadi. Manuel Osa Nuse Nasu is the current Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea. He jetted in to represent his country, and he was welcomed by the commander of UPDF Reserve Forces, Lieutenant General Charles Otema. More arrivals are expected early morning today. President Yoweri Museveni hosted several foreign leaders and dignitaries at State House Entebbe ahead of the swearing-in ceremony for today. These included South Sudan President, Somalia President, U.S. Envoy, and other who represented President Donald Trump. During talks with the U.S. delegation, Museveni called for greater support towards Africa's industrialization and value addition, saying the continent cannot continue exporting raw materials without processing them. He urged the value addition in sectors such as coffee, oil, and minerals. He is key to expanding Africa's economy, creating jobs, and increasing purchasing power. The president also highlighted Uganda's role in regional peace efforts in Somalia, South Sudan, and DRC Congo, while cautioning against sectarianism, divisions based on religion. The U.S. delegation commended Uganda for its contribution to regional peace and ongoing cooperation in health, economic development, while the outgoing U.S. Ambassador William Pope thanked Uganda for the support extended to him during his tenure. Today, all roads lead to Kololo ceremonial grounds for the swearing-in of President-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni at Kololo ceremonial grounds. Yesterday, most of the committees undertook their try runs in preparation for the activity today. At Kololo, about 3 tents are being set for the guests that will be attending in the swearing-in ceremony. The VVIP for heads of state and the diplomats. The VIP tent reserved for those responsible for the swearing-in ceremony, such as the Judiciary, Electoral Commission, and UPDF. Then the NRM district leaders and the RDCs will be seated in the pavilion. NRM National Treasurer Barbara Nekesa Owundo, who on the National Organizing Committee as a member, said the swearing-in will be colorful. The Judiciary, the Army, and Electoral Commission were all present yesterday to rehearse how the President will undertake his swearing-in ceremony. The Special Forces Command paratroopers had final drills on how to display their skills. The media was also involved in the final preparation that set strict guidelines how to execute their duties. Promotion of tourism is also going to be at the center of the swearing-in ceremony, as Kololo has decorated and is being decorated with Explore Uganda signs that has all the wild animals in the parks displayed in form of sculptures. As the clock ticks towards the time for swearing in, Ugandans are encouraged to put up good behavior for the ceremony. And coming to the end of our local stories this morning, security agencies have intensified visibility in and around Kampala to ensure stability and a peaceful swearing-in ceremony of President Yoweri Museveni. Security agencies advise the public and traffic to comply with the already issued guidelines. Today is the day President-elect Yoweri Museveni will be sworn in as president for the 7th term, highlighting on the successes that include peace and security for everyone, and also ensuring that this ceremony reflects peace as we celebrate this national event. Some traffic officers gave out diversions and said people should have proper knowledge of which roads will be closed and which roads will be open. All roads accessing Entebbe International Airport remain open for public use. However, roads leading to Kololo ceremonial grounds have cut-off points, with access limited to holders of special accreditation cards. The tightened security in Kampala and surrounding areas is to ensure calmness during the ceremony. In the meantime, despite the heavy deployment across Kampala's central business districts, people were continuing with their business normally. Well, Julie, when we talk about these roads cut off only for invited guests, when I was coming in the morning, I met a group of people. You know, Zambia, the Catholic Church, from Zambia up to Jinja Road traffic lights. You see all that distance. There were men and women putting on white that belong to Owobshozi faith on foot.
Trekking to Kololo?
I think there were about 600 of them.
They were trekking to Kololo?
Trekking to Kololo.
Interesting.
About 600 of them. I kept asking myself, these people love their country. Is that, but every time I see a function that those people are there, I don't know it is an NRM religion, if it is they are just appreciating, they never miss national functions.
Yeah, that's
and I want to credit that faith.
Indeed. That's very true. But there in the updates that you read, the highlight there that stood out for me really was encouraging Ugandans to stay on their best behavior.
Definitely, because
it is serious indeed. But when you hear it or you hear a statement of such for the first time, what rings in your head is it's as if they're talking to. They have to make sure that they supervise adults to keep on their best behavior. But yet very necessary. Yeah.
We had very many government people calling upon Ugandans to behave very well.
Yeah.
Because you're having so many visitors in this country. This is not only the swearing in of the president, but it markets Uganda. And these have been branded as very welcoming internationally. So we have to ensure they stick to that.
Indeed, indeed. Anyways, Ugandans are very interesting human beings, and sometimes we need to be reminded to be on our best behavior. But let's have a look at what the international scene has. And we're starting off with the embattled Sir Keir Starmer, one who was loved so much when he got onto number 10 Downing Street. But as we speak right now, Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is among a number of cabinet ministers calling for Sir Keir Starmer to set out a timetable for his resignation, leading to splits at the top of government. It is understood Mahmood is in the minority in the cabinet over whether Sir Keir should set out a timetable. Now, 6 ministerial aides, the lowest rank of government, have been replaced by number 10 after they either quit or called for Sir Keir to set out a timetable for his replacement. And the tally of Labour MPs calling for Sir Keir to resign or set out a timetable for resignation had reached 72 by the early hours of today. The cabinet will formally meet first thing this morning, and the list of ministerial aides who quit on Monday included Joe Morris, Parliamentary Private Secretary, to Health Secretary Wes Streeting, a potential leadership contender. Morris said the Prime Minister no longer has the trust or confidence of the public. Melanie Ward, PPS to Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy, Noshaba Khan, PPS to Cabinet Office Minister Darren Jones, and Tom Rutland, PPS to Environment Secretary Emma Reynolds, also resigned. Another 2 joint calls for Sir Keir to set out a timetable for his departure. Gordon Markey, PPS to Pension Secretary Pat McFadden, and Sally Jameson, PPS to Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood. In a speech earlier, the PM insisted he would prove the doubters wrong and would not be quitting. His story reminds me of Winston Churchill. He also faced a bit of that opposition in his time due to, for him it was matters health. He was old, aged, and battled health matters.
But I'm beginning to see a lot of Africanism, much as the West has infiltrated us.
Yeah.
Also, we are infiltrating the West. Because for them, resignation, someone would say, I've fallen short of my glory, I resign. But I also Trump, when he said he was reached and put that, you know, the other previous term when he didn't make it. So we are also influencing the whites to copy some of our behavior, as they have influenced us to copy their behavior.
I think I wouldn't say it that way. But let's move on to another story. The last passengers have left the hantavirus hit cruise ship as authorities confirmed 3 new positive cases linked to the deadly outbreak. The MV Hondias departed Tenerife for the Netherlands on Monday after its final 6 passengers, 4 Australians, 1 Briton, and 1 New Zealander, and some crew members disembarked. 3 passengers have died after traveling on the ship, 2 of whom were confirmed to have had the virus. An American and a French national who had previously returned home have tested positive, authorities said. 7 cases of hantavirus linked to the MV Hondias have been confirmed, with 2 others suspected, according to the World Health Organization. Spain's health ministry said 1 Spaniard who is quarantining in Madrid after being evacuated from the vessel had also provisionally tested positive for hantavirus on Monday. On Monday, the U.S. Health Department said a second American national on Sunday's repatriation flight had also shown mild symptoms adding that both passengers had traveled back in biocontainment units out of an abundance of caution. French Health Minister Stephanie Rist said a woman was isolating in Paris and that her health was deteriorating, with 22 contacts traced to British nationals with confirmed cases are currently being treated in the Netherlands and South Africa. All right, now let's move on to the continent. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa says he will legally challenge a report that has paved the way for Parliament to consider impeachment proceedings against him over the theft of large sums of cash from his private farm. A Constitution Court ruling last week found that Parliament acted unconstitutionally when it voted against establishing an impeachment inquiry against Ramaphosa regarding the Falafala report in 2022. Quote unquote, "I remain here and I'm not resigning," Ramaphosa said on Monday, ending days of speculation over whether he would step down. The controversy stems from the so-called Falafala scandal, which thousands of dollars were stolen from furniture at his game farm. An independent panel found there was prima facie evidence Ramaphosa may have committed serious misconduct in the way he handled the matter. He has denied wrongdoing and said the money came from the legitimate sale of buffalo from his farming business. South Africa's Constitutional Court last week ruled that the matter should be examined further through an impeachment process in Parliament rather than be dismissed. Ramaphosa said he will now ask the courts to review and set aside the report, which he argues relied on hearsay evidence. If the process goes ahead, the report would form the basis of opposition efforts to remove him from office. Political analyst Professor Richard Calland said the president would likely survive a parliamentary vote, but added the legal challenge may be aimed at avoiding a damaging impeachment hearing altogether, which would hurt his reputation and legacy. I wonder if he'll be around for the swearing-in ceremony. But that ends our stories on the foreign scene. Definitely so looking forward to more stories and updates that we do have for you this morning. And looking at what we might have on the scene of the dailies, which we are yet to get. I think in the meantime, as we look forward to all the updates and everything swearing-in ceremony, we do take a short break. But before we do that, Robert, what are some of the highlights you're looking forward to for today's event?
Well, first, I want to see the political parties away from NRM that are going to be in attendance. Members of the iPod, are they going to respond to this invitation? Because, Judy, this will mean so much in the next 5 years, how multi-party dispensation is seen and viewed in Uganda.
Indeed, indeed.
So I'm very eager to look at that.
Right. Now, let's have a look at what we have in the dailies. I see we have the New Vision, we have the Daily Nation, we do have the Daily Monitor. I will take it away, Robert, with the New Vision and look at the headline that we do have. The headline is Tasks Ahead, 2026 to 2031. That's the headline. And the bullet pointers there: oil and gas development, succession planning, and political stability, something that many Ugandans are looking at. Youth unemployment and job creation, managing debt and improving government efficiency, fighting corruption, infrastructure and public service, property reduction, national unity, reconciliation and human rights, economic transformation and household prosperity, and regional security and foreign policy. Tasks ahead for 2026-2031 as President-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni swears in. What does the Daily Monitor have?
Well, I'm trying to see what the Daily Monitor has. I don't know if you have more visibility there. But let me see.
40 and counting. That's the headline in the Daily Monitor.
Okay, now still looking at the Daily Monitor. Here we have Lukwago hands over to Walimwezo after 15 years reign at City Hall. You can't believe the man has been there for 15 years.
Right.
The way time can fly. So then there are tenders for you there in the Daily Monitor this morning. But still looking at the Daily Monitor, of course, congratulating His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Now, inside the presidential oath taking, family of 3 generations born under Museveni government. What Ugandans expect from Museveni in the new 5 years?
Right. We grew up saying, bye, Museveni. Every helicopter that flew above the skies.
And of course, we still have him. But one important thing is he's lived the promises to Ugandans. You know, when we go back to the genesis of the reign of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, it takes us back to those days many of us never saw, but at least our parents can tell us. I don't know, and I'm very sure, Judy, you don't have memories of war. You know? Yeah. But there's some memory that I always remember that I was taught. Now, in our place there, what they used to call the rebels, not of course the government soldiers, how they brutalized, terrorized people, where, Judy, you could hardly do business, you know? My father told me there was a term called abasajja baabo, as if they were not men. You know, you would, so life was very so. President Yoweri Museveni went to have Uganda secure and went into the bush, even in 1996, when he later now joined elective politics. But one thing that he has kept, the promise for Ugandans, is peace, which was their main concern. And for the 40 years, now you can move anytime, Judy, by 4 you're hitting the road. Right. You know, those days a lady could not hit the road. But also when we come from 1996, we can see so many changes that have happened. The level of development. The only problem is sometimes government doesn't speak out its achievement. It thinks they're automatic, that people will get to know that actually you've done these kilometers of road, you've built this number of hospitals. Look at, we had Mulago. Now when you look at these Chirudu, Kawempe, when you go, so sometimes their PR is poor. Right. About what they have done. Very key indeed when it comes to the work and the word PR, public relations. Very poor, I must say. Many Ugandans don't know what they have achieved. Indeed. Very true indeed. Now, reports coming in are that the president of Gabon has also arrived in the country. That is His Excellency Brice Clotaire Nguema, and president of Gabon here in Uganda, arrived in Uganda to celebrate the president-elect for the 7th term as he swears in to be president of Uganda for the next 5 years. Looking forward to Kololo, as today, the 12th of May, the term that was 2021 to 2025 ends today. And today is the day that the new term begins. Surely looking forward to what Kololo shall have. And a few facts that we'll be sharing with you as to what the swearing-in ceremony looks like as by the Constitution of Uganda, what it should be like. Many were wondering, where exactly is it the 12th of May? Why did they choose Tuesday and not Monday? But also, did you know that according to the Constitution, the president-elect must be sworn in between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. So anywhere between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., the president-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni will be sworn in. And just a quick one, Julie, just remind people, if you're going to Kololo, according to the organizers and information coming in, you must be there before 9. True. Because come 9, the gates are going to be locked for the public. Indeed. Because international dignitaries and heads of states will be arriving. So if you have plans to go to Kololo, you might as well fly there now. You might as well fly there, or else you say I was within the vicinity. True story. Now let's have a short break, and when we get back, we are definitely looking into everything swearing in. And the best part is this: yes, you know that the president-elect is swearing in, but how much information do you have? We are here for that. Good morning.
Studios in Kampala. This is Good Morning Uganda.
From introducing the 10-point program in 1986 to tackling the tasks ahead in 1996 to the consolidation document that focused on strengthening the gains in 2001 to prosperity for all in 2006 to steady progress in 2016 to securing your future in 2021 to protecting the gains in 2026. Today, the 12th of May, President-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni swears in for the 7th term at the Kololo Independence Grounds. Good morning, Uganda. You are watching UBC TV this morning, the 12th day of May 2026. My name is Julie F. Nantaba, together with Robert Chirabo Nyonyitono, coming to you live from the Nile Avenue. Robert, good morning.
A lovely morning to you, Julie, and our viewer. Thank you very much for waking up with us on this historical day when we are yet going to see Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President-elect, being inaugurated at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. Now, he came to answer a challenge that was insecurity by then. 40 years, him and the team have fulfilled their promise. Border to border, Uganda is secure. Every corner, Uganda is secure. A force that had become the problem of many Ugandans, a threat to them, is now their favorite. Transformed into Uganda People's Defense Forces, everyone cherishes, and we now export peace. Congratulations, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Right, thank you very much, Robert. On that note, let's have a look at what we have on the local scene. But before we even delve deep into the updates, one thing for sure is today there's a lot for you to follow, and the best we can tell you by our lips, but best experienced, is for you to keep your eyes locked into UBC TV as we bring you the stories, all updates from Kololo, and all the stories of history as they come through. What do we have on the local scene this morning?
Well, we begin with arrivals. We have a number of presidents and dignitaries that jetted into the country and are still jetting.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
In 1986, a new chapter began. A fundamental change was etched into the heart of our nation. Uganda has since then witnessed a socio-economic transformation under the leadership of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Through peace and security of persons and property, economic growth, infrastructure expansion, health improvements, education, regional integration, industrialization, digital transformation, youth and women empowerment, wealth creation, among others. A nation once in recovery is now a beacon of regional stability. The people have spoken, and the NRM government has been given another term in office. The Board of Directors, Management and staff of the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation proudly congratulate His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa upon his resounding victory in the recent elections. Witness history as it happens as we broadcast the swearing-in ceremony on Tuesday, the 12th of May 2026, live at the Kololo Independence Grounds, here on UBC TV, our radio stations, and all our digital platforms. Ugandans, let's protect our gains. Long live NRM, long live Uganda. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Hello. So sure we'll be giving you everything as it unfolds. But back here in studios, Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, many of us depend on agriculture. Believe you me, many of us. But the biggest challenge is that a number of people who depend on agriculture are in subsistence agriculture, not commercial agriculture, meaning that whatever they plant is to eat and maybe somehow sell a little of it. But joining me on set, I have a man who is one of Uganda's commercial farmers, at least a person whom I know very well, that he does agriculture with the aim of making money, getting money, and a serious farmer to say, according to Ugandan standards. Now, join me welcome my guest engineer, Moses Kazibwe, all the way from Gomba, where he has his farm. And we want to look at expectations of farmers in the next 5 years. What are the wishes of the farmers this new government should prioritize? Engineer, you're most welcome.
Thank you, my brother Kirabo. Thank you, viewers of UBC. All Ugandans, well done. Thank you for voting Muzei back to office, the great old man, the most lovely on the land of Africa, our president, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Congratulations, Jaja. And of course, I would like also to thank Mama Janet for taking good care of Muzei. Otherwise, if it wasn't, Mama Janet Muzei wouldn't be having that energy that is practicing outside there. Yes.
Now, first, when we talk of a commercial farmer, who do we refer to?
A commercial farmer, in fact, Mr. Chirabo, I love exposure. I moved to our neighbor Nairobi. A commercial farmer doesn't need miles of land. A commercial farmer, actually the 4-acre model that Muzei is preaching works very well. Why? When I moved to Nairobi, I went to Kiambu County. I found a young man called Daniel. Daniel has 7 acres of where he keeps 230 milk cows. And Muzei has been preaching the 4-acre model for all the Ugandans, that it can work. Indeed, this 4-acre model can work. Only that our hands as Ugandans, our eyes are in our hands. What we don't see, we don't believe. So after I realized that this can work, actually I'm right now preaching the gospel of Muzei's 4-acre model more than himself. Why? Because when I went to visit Daniel, I realized the Ugandan with 4-acre can earn at least 2 million shillings on a daily basis, as long as there are systems that are like, if we get milk, do we pour it on ground or we find machinery to dry our milk? Are you aware that in most African countries, soldiers are taking powdered milk and schools? And if we have as many as dryers of this milk that is produced in Uganda, we would have an income from not to waste the milk. In most cases, you find our people in Gomba, Sembabule, pouring their milk when the market goes down. But Muzei, in this 5-year term, we emphasize that in all cattle corridors, let us make sure that there is enough power, electricity, in these areas. Like as you are doing it, I've seen in Rugusulu, Sembabule, where I worked 15 years ago, they now have power. So let us move power, electricity I mean, to all areas where they have, for example, milk, and then start by giving small dryers of milk powder in these areas. Our government is a very rich government. You know, the problem is, I will not say it today, is our inauguration day for Muzei. We don't talk about the other things on television like this, but let's make sure in this 5-year term that all cattle corridors where we have lots of milk are having small factories for keeping this powder. You know, if milk is turned
in one or the other, that is value addition.
Yeah, value addition. Small. Let us not look at huge milk things where we spend billions of money.
Because today most of the value addition when it comes to milk has been yogurt.
Yes, yogurt, you know, dies after a period of time. But if we go for powdered milk, we'll be able to supply. Let me tell you, you people who are seated in government offices that are not moving out to add value of what Muzei is preaching. The money that is given by World Bank for eating chapatis, like Muzei said before, this is not the way. You know, we are Ugandans. Let's have love for our nation. Like if we produce this powdered milk, do you know Nigeria has a population of almost 260 million people, but you know, and they all take powdered milk. Where is it coming from? Brazil, Congo Brazzaville, Congo DRC, the same. And they are highly populated and they are getting all the stuff be used in their homes from Brazil. Tomato, powdered milk. You know, Uganda is is in the center of all this. You know, even if we decide to buy like 4 cargo planes as a country to actually transport our milk, powdered milk to Congo, this would change the whole thinking of our milk is dying. What I've been in these cattle corridors, as I said before, I did some roads. I opened new roads in Rugusulu. Many people in Rugusulu knows me, and you know. But the challenge I found there for the 7 years I was there is milk market for the milk. It is now these brokers to decide for our farmers. Yet, my friend, we farmers suffer a lot. We put in a lot of money to take care of a cow. It could cost you between £1 million shilling, 500,000 to take care of a good cow that has milk. So what do you expect the farmer to gain out of this? So, and also, URA, this message goes to URA. Like I was bringing a baler for animal feed. I had to transport it back to Nairobi because here we have small balers. You know, people bring small balers from China and they cannot do commercial. Like in my farm, I'm doing commercial animal feed. Yeah, we grow a plant called Guatemala. When I reach the border, the technical person in URA doesn't know that Ugandan government exempted the agricultural products. Then you have to rush to Minister of what for letters. These are all time wasted. A person who sits as a deputy commissioner in the border should be knowing everything that is written in a book of exemption in our government sector. So people, you don't stress Mosaic too much.
So why did you take back the baler?
You know, it spent a week. It spent a week. A commercial baler spent a week in Malaba. I had to drive it back to Mombasa to a store for storage. Until now, it is not yet moved back to Kampala. Yet our animal feed is overdue, you get. So this is the problem. And I think, Mosaic, your security also this time around should do a great job. We used to have the old people Mosaic came with. They were good people. They were not lying, you know, covering something that is, they will tell him exactly what is on ground. You see, we need people who have a heart for the nation.
And how is that security when it comes to farmers, when you bring in the old folks? What is the difference and why do you go into security? Because farmers, you are assured of security, so why would you in these 5 years?
Mosaic gets briefs of everything that is happening in the nation via security. We don't like these things of going social media, telling lies or what. You see, like as I've said, you know, if you are a person in Maraba cannot check in the book that has all the details of exempted stuff, then it is a pity for all of us, the farmers. I suffered, and I know other farmers have been suffering the same. So it should stop now. Yeah, otherwise, the Commissioner General of URA, please, I salute you, you are doing a great job, but also think of us, the farmers, who are buying stuff, equipments, fertilizer, what from Nairobi, which we don't have here, and then we suffer at the border. That should end now. Yeah, I think that's a main point I had to...
That is as far as what farmers should expect in the next 5 years. And you say priority should go to ensuring that there is value addition. Mechanized agriculture, value addition. For example, you're passionate about cows, and I know you do a lot of cows. Yes. Ensuring that's not only adding value to yogurt, ghee, but we're going to powdered milk production here in Uganda, so that the cattle corridors are not affected when prices drop. Sometimes, most of when it's raining, there is pasture, the cows are feeding very well. Exactly. There is so much milk, your neighbor has, you have, the other has, and also that becomes a problem. So if we do value addition through powdered milk. Now, one of the other things I know when you talk about agriculture is our soils are aging. Yes, we've done so much planting on these soils. Your grandfather did plant, my grandfather did, then the chain continued. And today, in some areas, you can hardly grow anything without adding fertilizers. And most of the times I had this as a problem to many farmers. Do you experience that as well?
Yes, Kirabo, we do. And nowadays, actually, if you, like you've been seeing the pictures and videos of my farm, we now emphasize farmers who grow the Matoke and basically in the Buganda region, yeah, Buganda, Busoga region, the soils are aging, yeah. Then we need to use, to apply some agricultural lime made by some company here in Uganda, yeah. Agricultural lime would be the solution to add nutrients in the soil that we have lost. So all farmers in Uganda, I kindly beg you to apply the agricultural lime. It really helps. Even I tried it in my farm in Gomba. It changed in 2 weeks. We had a huge change of the Matoke plant and coffee. So fertilizer, yes, some people are exaggerating. The company that is manufacturing this is selling at 10,000. And when it goes out there to our farmers, it is 20,000, as if a broker also manufactured it. So Uganda, there you will put a Google. I don't want to do adverts on our national TV for companies. You Google agricultural lime, you will find the manufacturer is in Uganda. The good thing, can I say the name on your television? I will say it next time on my social handles. So you use the agricultural lime. It really boosts the old soils of ours. And then the fertilizer. There are so many companies made Ugandan people who have been exposed in those countries where the science has gone further. But when they come here to convince, I have one friend of mine, is called Abdul, and George from London. They started a fertilizer company that is doing completely organic fertilizer. But they have been frustrated by the system, you know. If they know this guy is coming from another country, I will not say, they will rush to give $80 million. But our scientists here, they go slow. I don't know, maybe because they know they will say, Muzei, these people came for Kintu Gidogo or something. But if it is another company from outside, it can easily tap on the blessings of Uganda than our local people here. It happens. But that's a story of another day. But our soils, when we apply fertilizers, definitely you will see good results on coffee and matoke or any other crop you grow in Uganda.
Now, talking about fertilizers as a challenge to farmers, government had an initiative of giving out fertilizers to farmers in the previous Chisanja, because now we are witnessing a new Chisanja. How did this work out for the farmers?
Well, in my farm it hasn't reached, and actually I'm one of the biggest, among the biggest coffee farmers in my area, and Gonja, you know, we are #1 or #2 or #5 Gonja leading farmers in this country, because we have more than 50 acres of Gonja. So we haven't seen this in our farm. I wonder whether the small farmers have received the fertilizers or etc. etc. But in my area where I reside, where my farm is, we haven't received this. If it is really there, we would welcome it. You know, if government is here giving an initiative of giving free fertilizers for us to boost our soil, I would also emphasize to our government that the best way is, the best fertilizer now we have in the market is that agricultural lime. Try to apply it. It is really working. You know, we have a problem in Africa. When something good passes in our roads, we say this is not right. When something bad comes in our way, we say, oh, this is the best, because of other interests that you know. Yes.
Now, let's talk about the various support that has been given to farmers in the last 5 years. I don't know if you've heard of any, and how have these initiatives worked? For example, we had wealth creation, we had PDM, also farmers were benefiting, some farmers there. We've had groups like, I don't know if you heard of the Poverty Alleviation Department of State House, headed by Mama Joan Kakwenzire, and quite a number of these giving aid to farmers. Coffee, talk about coffee. We've had government, away from some individuals like you who do, government extending seedlings to these farmers. How have these been beneficial to farmers? Have they impacted in any way?
Thank you. Farmers, actually, all these organizations that Mzee put in place to help farmers or Ugandans are very good ideas. But when it comes to implementation, that's where they go wrong, you know. When you look at the farmers have been donating free coffee seedlings in my area, they are yearning to have a coffee seedling. You know, why? It means they don't feel the weight of government in supply of coffee seedlings. I can give an example live here on our television. If you come to Butambala, the Greater Mpigi, Butambala, Gomba and Mpigi, the name of our coffee has been changed. They are now calling their coffee Kaziwe coffee. You'll be shocked. Now, why? Because now they realized, you know, it was around the rain season of last year, from March last year, we have been donating coffee to our farmers. Reason, if we need a huge supply, because where our country is heading now on coffee matters, in fact, on the guidance of our president, we realized that we can now crush our coffee and sell powder. We add value. Long ago, people used to use us, you know, our coffee shifted from Uganda to Spain, to England, to where, and even Dubai roasts our coffee, refines it and sells it as a made Dubai, UAE product. Yet this coffee is grown where? In Uganda.
Yes.
And I would emphasize to farmers and our agriculture ministry that before we rush into new research that we are doing about some of the stuff, for example, our coffee. You know, you've been to Ethiopia, I know, you exposed. Ethiopia, Kenya, they grow coffee, and Ethiopia actually is the leading in Africa. But when you try their coffee, even if you put next to your nose like this, you don't feel the scent.
The aroma is
not there. So even Kenyan coffee, the same. But why Ugandan coffee is the most loved coffee on the planet's market is because our coffee has the best aroma. Even the taste. You know, coffee also has taste. You know, when you taste Kenyan coffee, you find it has some bitterness in it. And then when you try Ethiopian, same. There is a plant we used to have, herbal plant in our village time called the mululuza. You know it. It is like mululuza.
Very bitter.
Very bitter, yeah. The coffee of, when you try our coffee, it gives a taste and also the aroma. So we are now shifting from our ordinary coffee, of which God created for us to have the aroma, and then trying to manipulate it with some guy called Monsanto of America, if you heard about him. Today, if you look at our old maize, it is only Kisoro district which has our old maize. Even Busoga, where we used to get lots and lots of maize those days, you cannot find our ordinary seedling there. It's only the people of Kisoro. Why? It delayed this GMO seed, delayed it to cross to Kisoro. If in my farm, whenever I need this ordinary seed of ordinary maize, I call my friends in Kisoro, please send me a sack. You get, and you know, the new seed that we have, the Monsanto business, is it keeps on. I mean, it needs being sprayed from the day one it sprouts to the end.
Harvest.
Meaning, the Bazungus are now looking for organic stuff. For us, we are now looking for chemical, whatever crops. You get what I'm saying? The crops that we had were a bit resistant to diseases. And now the more, let me tell you, the more you put this Monsanto crop next to our ordinary crop, it will definitely get a yield. Definitely. Because of cross-pollination. So now what happens, it infects this one, yet also the Monsanto seed is also getting infected. Let love lead. Even in the Bible, I think you're a Christian. In the Bible, there is where they say, you are because I am. I am because you are. Yeah, we need to empower these people. For example, if my people of Greater Mpigi have enough coffee seedlings and coffee farms, I can't do it alone. I don't have this, I don't own the whole entire Greater Mpigi land. If we are thousands of farmers, if we are thousands of farmers and we combine our effort together, we shall have a huge supply. Now, for example, Mzee is now empowering our nation to have our kawa, kase, processed from Uganda. Another thing I would advise now, let our new entrants in parliament think of how to transport our food stuff the farmers, because it's the biggest backbone of this country. We get billions of dollars in the tons of coffee. Now, if we refine and add value, we shall have $10 billion in the 5 years. Let us quickly put money in cargo planes that are going to take our coffee, our agriculture outputs to Congo, to South Sudan within no minute. I'll give you an example. A country like Djibouti. Do you know Djibouti? They also import their tomato, everything, from Brazil, from America. Djibouti just here, it's a small populated country, but if the 2-3 million people are fed by Ugandan farmers, don't you see we can have some good money there? And they have more than 10,000 soldiers because of the port, you know. They have the best landing site in Africa. So the camps of all armies, France, UK, America, they are all there. They consume coffee on a daily basis. Where is this coffee coming from? Italy. The coffee is coming from Dubai, where they don't grow coffee. So Muzei, in these 5 years, let us emphasize also to have as many coffee processing plants as possible. Then here we grow tomato. They rot in the farms. Yet tomato ketchup is edible all over the world. Why don't we help our farmers to have the tomato processing machines? Let's think business so that our country can grow faster as we need. And if in the next 5 years, if we have the brainstorm parliament, I mean new entrants in parliament, we can have a better Uganda within the next 5 years. Let's have market for produce of our farms outside Uganda. Because purple, you grow purple in Gomba, you bring it to this town, they want to give you 2,000 shillings. Yet if it crosses to Dubai, you will get $1 or $20 in one purple that is weighing maybe 2 to 3 kilos. So fellow Ugandans, we can do it, but we need to join hands together. My districts of Greater Mpigi, Gomba, Butambal, I can assure you, bring your camera there, you will see the effort that I'm putting on ground. Lives of people have now, they have hope. You know, anyone with no hope is terrible.
Very true. In fact, if someone said you're hopeless, that would be very abusive to you. Now, today we know we are having land challenges. For you, when you talk about have 50 acres of this, someone listening is even demoralized because they know they cannot have that land in maybe their grandchildren or maybe their grandparents had that land. Land is becoming scarce. Of course, the population is increasing and everyone is ensuring they get a portion of the land. Now, the president is very fond of talking of the 4-acre model. As a farmer, can that model cause that transformation with given your experience? Because you're doing on a vast piece of land.
Yeah, let's not think of like that. You see, not every Ugandan has to be in agriculture. For example, you employed in UBC, you will feed on me, who is doing the farm. So not every Ugandan is going to do a farm. But you see, even in a smaller place where you reside, on your 1 acre, in Kawanda, where, you can still do some wonders. I was telling the young people in universities, why would you buy an iPhone of 7 million, yet you can grow cabbage, tomato, etc. within your compound at home, so that you also become an entrepreneur of growing tomatoes and cabbage on a smaller piece of land. So like as I said earlier, I was in Nairobi, Kiambu County. Actually, I've given a chance to 5 councillors of Butambala and 3 from PG and 5 from Gomba on my own cost next July. We want to take them for a benchmarking and see that the Musevenomic program of 4-acre model actually is bigger than what we think. A young man has, like I can repeat this, 7 acres with 330 cows. We can also do the same. Not all of us, we are going to do cows. How about the PDM money that has been given to a young boy in the village of Gomba, my village in Budonga? Can't you combine like 5 people? There you have 5 million. General Saleh brought some companies, Chinese companies, to bring in tools to help Ugandans. There's a company here in Kapeka. If we go to Kapeka and get machinery to be used in our, like for example, in brooding chicken, you can have a brooder at just 1 million shilling that is brooding 190 eggs in 20 days. Now, if there is one for 5 million, there is one for 3 million. If we're a group of 5, we got Musevenomic PDM money, 5 million. We can buy a brooder of 2,000 eggs at 3 million from that company in Kapeka. And then we brood the 2,000 eggs. Do you know, listening, these people, if we give 2,000 chicken to a community which received only 5 million, don't you think it can change the whole situation, the whole village? And then the more chicken we produce here, the more market. You know why we don't have sometimes market? People would ask you in Dubai, in Arab countries, how much can you produce a week? Then when you go to look into the production,
yes,
you cannot supply. Yeah. But if we are many, for example, in my village in Budonga, many received the PDM money, maybe 10 people, that's 10 million. And poor people in the village. But you see what we're saying, government is giving, but who is there to coach our people so that they don't just use this money anyhow? If you are given money for PDM and you use it to grow coffee, it will take 3 years for you to start recouping from the coffee. If you buy a breeder to breed chicken in a community, it will take you between 3 months to see results.
So you have an incubator there.
You have an incubator, you breed, and then have this done within the little money that government supported you with. And you know, when they say PDM money, people think you have to buy pigs, you have to buy a cow, you have to buy a goat. All these needs consequently treatment on a weekly, daily basis. You have to give this, that, what. But if you bleed, do you know, even when you do bleed, if you have an incubator, you breed chicken, for example, local chicken or what, do you know buyers would be at your door in the next day once it comes out of the...
Well, Moses, I must let you go. Of course, we are still assuring you that you'll be getting a glimpse of what is happening in Kololo anytime from now. Our team is on ground and we'll be keeping you informed, of course, when the president finally arrives or when we know that, yes, it is time, we shall completely switch to Kololo. But as of now, yes, we can have a one-on-in of updates of what is happening there. But I've been with a farmer here, Engineer Moses Kaziwe, all the way from Gomba, looking at what they expect the next 5 years of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni leading as farmers. In a minute, your last word.
My last word to Ugandans, we can also do it. We can also do it, but you technocrats in government, once money is given, for example, to PDM, keep guiding our people on how to multiply this money. Don't just throw money in a bin. Because when we give, they think it is for taking wallage, it is for having more than one wife or etc, but guide them. And UBC is here to actually for free, I think, for government institutions. Keep telling our people, even social media handles are now helping the nation. Please, let's focus on Uganda. Stop focusing on Kida Kionka. You are Kida Kionka, Mzee preaches. We must also embrace others. We are blessed. Let's also bless others. That's my term.
Well, thank you so much, Engineer Moses Kaziwe, and thank you so much for keeping it with us. Like I earlier said, and I'll constantly repeat, we are here to ensure that you follow whatever is happening in Kololo as the President-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni receives instruments of power. We'll go for a short break.
I know what Uganda needs. When General Caleb Akantwanaho retired, Salim Saleh presented his long, detailed analysis of Uganda's economy and structured recommendations for improvement in the form of the Third National Development Plan, NDP 3, to President Museveni He laid out the kinds of problems that many Ugandans feel every day, but rarely see captured in one place. He was doing what he has done for years, breaking down the problems holding back ordinary Ugandans. He talked about distortions in factors of production, such as land conflicts that choke investment, the high cost of finance for ordinary people, the shortage of skills among youth, the slow pace of value addition, and the gap between production in the villages and the factories in industrial parks. It was the kind of diagnosis a technocrat offers when trying to get a country unstuck. The president's reply was striking in its simplicity. "I know what Uganda needs." At first, to others, it might have sounded almost dismissive. But when placed in the context of 40 years of state rebuilding, economic reform, and political stability, it revealed something deeper. A belief that Uganda's path to transformation has been consistent, deliberate, and informed by lived experience rather than theory. His confidence is not based on guesswork. It's based on the journey already traveled. He always stresses that any serious revolutionary discussion about the economy of Uganda, or indeed much of Africa, should include the following questions. 1. What was the economy of Uganda like in 1900,
at the dawn of colonialism?
2. What was the economy of Uganda like in 1962, at the sunset of colonialism? 3. How and what was the magnitude of the collapse of the Ugandan economy between 1971 and 1986? Idi Amin, Obote II, Okello. 4. What, therefore, was the economy of Uganda like in 1986? 5. What is the Ugandan economy like today, and why?
In 1986, a new chapter began. A fundamental change was etched into the heart of our nation. Uganda has since then witnessed a socio-economic transformation under the leadership of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Through peace and security of persons and property, economic growth, infrastructure expansion, health improvements, education, regional integration, industrialization, digital transformation, youth and women empowerment, wealth creation, among others. A nation once in recovery is now a beacon of regional stability. The people have spoken, and the NRM government has been given another term in office. The Board of Directors, Management and staff of the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation proudly congratulate His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa upon his resounding victory in the recent elections. Witness history as it happens as we broadcast the swearing-in ceremony on Tuesday, the 12th of May 2026, live at the Kololo Independence Grounds, here on UBC TV, our radio stations, and all our digital platforms. Ugandans, let's protect our gains. Long live NRM, long live Uganda. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Genshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules. Plant extract, scientific ratio. Take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day. Don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Genshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product.
Well, all roads lead to Kololo ceremonial grounds today, and in case you have intentions to get there, please make sure by 9 a.m. you're ready at Kololo, or else you may have challenges accessing the venue because according to the program, foreign heads of state and dignitaries will be arriving at Kololo by that time, and security and the organizers don't want inconveniences. So you have to be there before 9. But the rest of the country, if you stayed home and know it's a public holiday, it is because Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, president-elect, will be sworn in as president for the 7th term. Of course, Ugandans are happy and excited because they are sure of a future. He's been tested, proven, and indeed he was their choice in the just concluded elections. Let's look into business this morning. Now, State Minister for Primary Health Care, Mrs. Margaret Mohanga, has noted that adolescent pregnancy remains a challenge concern despite improvement in maternal health services. This was as government and development partners launched a new 128 billion program aimed at improving the well-being of vulnerable adolescents and young people across 5 underserved sub-regions in Uganda. The initiative, known as Strengthening Adolescents and Youth Rights and Empowerment, seeks to expand access to sexual and reproductive health services, reducing teenage pregnancies, combat gender-based violence, and equip young people aged between 10 to 24 years with special focus on girls and young women, refugees, out-of-school youth, persons with disabilities, and adolescents living in humanitarian and post-conflict communities with life skills and vital information.
We are immensely grateful to your governments for the consistent commitment to the sexual and reproductive health and rights of young people.
We need to create sustainability. The people you train must train others for continuity.
Moving on, DFCU Bank and Mulago National Referral Hospital launched a public awareness and fundraising campaign for sickle cell disease as doctors warned that thousands of Ugandan children continue to face delayed diagnosis, blood shortages, and inadequate treatment facilities. Now the campaign, launched by a sickle cell walk, is dubbed Hope in Motion and brought together government officials, health workers, and members of the public for a morning walk aimed at encouraging sickle cell testing, blood donation, and support for patients receiving care at Mulago Specialized Sickle Cell Clinic.
Important to know that when
most of the times they're out of school in pain, and also it strains the families, really.
It's important to know that when you test and know that you're a carrier, it would be good not to marry a carrier.
And moving on, 4 years, the Busoga region has struggled with poverty and low development levels despite its rich natural and human resource. Leaders and development experts have often attributed this challenge to poor mindset towards government development programs, weak participation in wealth creation initiatives, and limited financial literacy among communities. It's against this background that the Microfinance Support Center intensified capacity building interventions in the district of Kaliro and Bugweri, aimed at preparing communities to effectively utilize government microfinance opportunities under a Myoga program and other financial products.
30 groups and over 200 members in Kaliro district benefited from the training, with several others participating in Bugweri as prospective beneficiaries, awaiting seed capital support from their circles, cooperatives, and enterprises. According to officials from MSC, earlier government microfinance initiatives faced major setbacks due to inadequate training among beneficiaries. However, sustained capacity building over the years has transformed many circles into thriving community financial institutions. The trainings focused on financial discipline, accountability, proper loan management, bookkeeping, and leadership within circle structures.
For groups, these are your requirements. For circles, yours are above there.
We have come to support these clients, those ones who have put themselves together in form of groups, those ones who have put themselves together in form of circles, and those ones who have put themselves together as cooperatives. Cooperatives, those are farmers.
One of the major things is that government is fed up with poverty among the communities. That's why government has started various programs. I am happy and extremely delighted to welcome Microfinance Support Center because they have programs which reach the community. They have already supported circles and cooperatives in the whole of Busoga, but they realize Kaliro, we are still lagging behind.
The affordable financing products offered by Microfinance Support Center have since attracted interest from various groups, including religious leaders in Kaliro district, who attended the sessions seeking to join the program as future beneficiaries.
Today, I'm happy that I have learned a lot in Microfinance Support Center. Right now, I can, being that I'm a farmer and I'm a religious leader, now I can even start a sugarcane plantation, I can begin piggery as a group.
Meanwhile, the RDC, Kaliro district, strongly cautioned beneficiaries against mismanagement of circle resources.
Nenda kubakobera nti omuzano waye tulikwetagga muve mu bwavu ayi tubaleetere nga buleetere bwe mulya kitujja kugamba ekyo so buli memba mwigi obwa memba bagoba nti esente yediyidda nga bagaire ekibiina mwena mujja kuba responsible bino ebyokulowooza mu chairman twezala baali mu kanisa entempegano be titujja kubigana ekyo nenze mbakobere.
MSC says funds are disbursed to qualifying groups while continuous refresher trainings are conducted to strengthen operations.
When we see that the circle is very strong, we can be able to give them a more additional loan funds to support their activities in the what? In the circle. Within the process, you can be able to know whether the group has picked up, whether the circle is following the right process, whether the cooperative is growing, because actually you can see the indicators. The membership will increase, the share capital will also increase, their loan portfolio will also increase, and basically, yearly, we encourage them to come together in an annual general meeting so that they can be able to discuss their challenges and share what they have gone through, the whole year with all the members.
The progress and impact of these interventions are later assessed and showcased through annual general meetings, bringing together beneficiaries, leaders, and stakeholders. Chris Buyondo, UBC.
Thank you so much, Chris Buyondo, for that story. And that brings us to the end of our business segment. Just to remind you, today is a big day. History once again is made. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President-elect, will be sworn in at Kolo ceremonial grounds. And after this break, Julie and one of the people that I've always loved so much, because he has a statement he makes. You don't have to be in power to be a leader. I don't know what it means, but he'll tell you, you don't have to hold any office for you to be a leader. You can still be a leader. Well, I won't mention his name. You'll see him when Julie's interviewing this gallant son of Uganda. Let's return shortly.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Ginshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules, plant extract, scientific ratio, take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day, don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Ginshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product.
Again, a victory celebration and the swearing in of a president who won overwhelmingly. On behalf of the NRM Electoral Commission, that started the process by nomination of aspirants into candidates. I want to congratulate His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for not only winning with a landslide, but for having held the social fabric, the political fabric, and the economic fiber of Uganda together to piece it from a failed state into a state recognized worldwide. It's the beacon of hope, it's the beacon of peace. The state is the beacon of recovery for Africa. It's not the Pearl of Africa as described by Winston Churchill only. It's now the Pearl of Africa, which is the hub of peace in a geopolitical area which is insecure. So I want to thank the President of Uganda for giving his life from school days up to now towards the Pan-African movement. The message and the packaging of the message through his campaign was simply not to attack any political player, but what Ugandans should achieve, what Uganda should be, from a lower income country to a higher middle income country. And what are we doing? The swearing in is the pinnacle of protecting the gains. After swearing in the president, after 40 years in power, longevity of president in power has yielded fruits up to every village. You can drive from Kisoro to Koboko to Nimule, the border, at any time without anyone accosting you and taking your belongings. Like he said in 1986, I was a university student, that Uganda will not be a country where people kill others and still walk the breadth and width of that country freely. Uganda has become not what political writer Brett writes, that Uganda was known more for bullets than ballots. Now Uganda is known for ballots than bullets as change of government. Are we in a transition? Yes. This is a transition where NRM won massively. We won at presidential level with 71.6%. You go to the district level, it is 77.9%. You go to the sub-county level, LOC3, it is 85.3%. We are waiting for LOC1 to win at 90%. Anyone who says that election was not free and fair wants us to have elections which are free and excellent. In the world over, there are no elections which are free and excellent. We won this election for the president and other NRM people in a free and fair election. I want to thank Ugandans and call upon all Ugandans as chairman NRM Electoral Commission to come in their large number on 12 to see for themselves the watershed in history being made again. Watershed in the sense that a president of Uganda at 82 years who is still thinking for Africa cannot be found anywhere in Africa other than Uganda. A president and a person in the person of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni who is 82 years but has left his cradle as Pan-Africanism. There's no other Museveni in Uganda. Come all, witness the swearing in. Let us enjoy the beauty of the country. Let us enjoy the aroma. Long live President Museveni. Long live Mama Janet Museveni. Long live our entire NRM fraternity. Long live the people of Uganda. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Tango Doi, Chairman, NRM Electoral Commission. Thank you.
As fighting flared out once again between government troops and rebels led by Yoweri Museveni.
On January 26, 1986, the NRA fought its way into Kampala and the military junta fled. A new leader was sworn in as president.
Nobody should think that what is happening today or what has been happening in the last few days is a mere change of guards. It's not a mere change of guards. I think this is a fundamental change in the politics of our country. Because in Africa we have seen so much change that change has become meaningless. It's no longer change but merely turmoil. This group getting rid of that group and that group doing worse than the group it got rid of. Now, please, I do not count us in that category of people. The National Resistance Movement, I think, is a clear-headed movement with clear objectives and with good membership. Of course, we may have some bad elements even among us because we are part and parcel of the society of Uganda as it is. And in that way, you may not be able to completely guard against infiltration by the wrong elements. But since it is the deliberate policy of our movement to ensure that we uplift the quality of the politics of our country, I think it makes a very big difference from the situation in which we were, where the very people in power were they themselves encouraging evil instead of trying to combat evil. I think this is a slightly different situation.
The NRM worked hard to implement its political program.
All right, that is footage from 1986 when Yoweri Kaguta Museveni took power and, of course, liberating Uganda from the war that was. I was not there, definitely, but from the footage I've watched, the sea of people at Parliament to witness that swearing-in ceremony. Now, fun fact is that my guest this morning was also there. And these are things I love because you get to hear from the horse's mouth and learn a lot from history as it shaped the country, Uganda. Well, it's a good morning. You are watching UBC TV, and it's the day, the 12th of May, 2026, when President-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni gets to swear in today at Kololo Independence Grounds. Now, the 2026 election result marks the first time in nearly 3 decades that Museveni has surpassed the 70% mark, a level that he last achieved in 1996. In this year's 2026 general election, he had a victory of 71.65% that got him to win all other candidates in the election, and thus him swearing in today. Now in studio with me to look into this matter as we all learn and relearn is Honorable Mike Kennedy Sebalu, former Member of Parliament, Busiro East, and former member of the African Union's Pan-African Parliament, as well as member of the East African Community. He is a Rotarian as well, but one thing for sure is for every time we have him on set, there is a lot to learn, a lot of light and perspective to throw as well and to collect at the same time. So be part of the conversation. Share your question, share your opinion, share what's on your mind. 0709-602-592. My name is Julie F. Nantaba. Honorable, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Julie. It's a pleasure having you host me.
Yes.
I always feel good under your moderation. Just to add that I was also a member of the Constituent Assembly representing the youth of the Central Region. That is part of the gains we talk about because NRM is the only party that has given affirmative action to hitherto disadvantaged groups, you know, like the youth, the women, the workers, the disabled, the elderly, creating Uganda to be a mirror where all categories of people see their image at the leadership table, putting into proper perspective the mantra of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's start with the footage that we've just got an opportunity to watch, 1986. Fun fact is the fact that you left school and went to the parliamentary grounds to witness that moment.
Yes, I did.
Take us through that moment. What did you feel? What were you seeing? What was going through your mind? What was your individual experience?
It was something like never before, and I don't think I've had that kind of experience in my life. You know, we had been in a war situation, reading and hearing stories about the NRA and the army forces exchanging in battlegrounds and battlefield. And we're hearing this, you know, charismatic leader, someone who is, who took on a government. You know, it's not something that you could conceive, that 27 people take on a government and grow to a level where they take over power. So going to the parliamentary buildings and gardens was like to prove that actually this was not a movie, to prove that Museveni was a human being, was a person, and to see for real the guys behind the revolution. So it was a miracle kind of situation, seeing him taking oath and making that acceptance speech was a very unique experience, something I've not seen before. I've been able to participate in a number of his swearing in, but that one was fundamental, was different, was interesting, was exciting, was unprecedented, was memorable.
Right. From what the clip that has just been played, just the little we've heard from him speak, what comes to my mind is that I think he's been that same person, that the speech, the content, it's been that same relatability that he carries with it, of comparing to the speeches of...
You just need to know who Museveni is, the president, and what he stands for.
Right.
He is a leader that has always had the big picture of the African continent, of the East African region, and of the national interests vis-a-vis the local input. Because even in his school days, he demonstrated commitment to Pan-Africanism. Because even when he finished senior 6 and was going for university, those days you would give offers to 3 universities, you know, first, second, and third in terms of priority, where you want to go and do. And mainly Ugandans would put Makerere, Dar es Salaam, or Nairobi. But for him, the first choice was Dar es Salaam, the second choice was Dar es Salaam, and the third choice was Dar es Salaam. And that is where the Pan-Africanism was taking root, where the action was. Most of the revolutionaries that we've had on the African continent, quite a number went through Dar es Salaam under the tutelage of the late Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, who was the father, one of the fathers of Pan-Africanism. And even at university, you can imagine, he was among those university students, leaders, who even went to Mozambique to support liberation movements. That is at university. So he has always had the dream. He has always been inspired, motivated to serve the cause of Africa's renaissance, Africa's position within the global era of interest and politics and competition.
Right.
So that is the kind of person that he is. So it is not surprising that even on that day, those aspects were there, you know, empowering the people, but also championing the cause of Africa's position within the global arena.
So
he's always had that, you know, patriotic, nationalistic, and Pan-Africanist.
So in other words, we can tell the consistency.
Yeah, that is him. He speaks his mind, and he translates his thoughts into his actions.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And the fact that when you hear a speech of that sort and you watch a film being played from history, and then it's those same words you get to hear for generations that have come, because we weren't there, but the consistency is evident enough. It's quite an interesting discovery. Looking at the sea of people on those grounds, at Parliament, compared to nowadays, the events that, like, for example, Liberation Day, January 26th, even as of today, looking forward to what will happen. But public events such as that, looking at the sea of people, comparing them to now, what do you think has changed? Where is the difference, and what has happened over the years?
Nothing much has changed. One, you needed to look at the event of the day. That was like a discovery. It was a one-off. It can never be. That the moment, excitement, interest can never be the same, because the country was coming from a war situation. The country was coming from a period of dictatorial leadership. The country was coming from a situation where rights were being abused. You know, it is unprecedented and will remain unprecedented. You know, the first time that they come in contact with the revolution and the revolutionaries. Now, what has happened now, you know, it has become routine. You know, there are things we used to take for granted, but which now are normal. You know, people were being killed, instability was the order of the day, the scarcity was the character that defined the country. No, all that was there. And that day, when the revolution ushered in new leadership, created a new page. Now, reading the pages of the new book after become routine. It's now like normal, it's predictable. I'll live to see tomorrow, I'll have a meal, I'm secured, I'm okay. So the routine of events thereafter become routine and become normal.
Right.
So that is unprecedented. It was a turning point.
Right.
So after turning, then moving normally it becomes normal. So like now, Liberation Day is a story. We've seen many of them, and we know what is going to happen, and we are in a very predictable setting. So that day is different. You can never have it. It's like when you give birth to a child, that moment of giving birth is not something that excitement, that mood is not something as you celebrate the birthdays of that kid, the momentum and the excitement can never be the same like when you are producing the baby. So that day was the birth of the revolution in terms of leadership. The rest are birthdays, celebrating, routine, reminiscing, and reflecting.
One would paint a picture of what, of course, we don't know what the transition will look like, but whenever a transition happens, whoever will be the next president of Uganda, do you think that which will most definitely might be Kololo Independence Grounds, might there be a sea of Ugandans just to witness that difference from what has been?
Yeah, but I really think we are in a state of stability that we are now in the process of handing over power regularly. The electoral process has been on. We've had more elections during the tenure of President Museveni than previously after independence. Right. So it has become routine. But definitely, seeing someone new may create some excitement, but it is not alien, because now electoral processes have become routine, and regular change of mandate has also become routine. So definitely some excitement can be derived, but the process has been now normalized. It is more customized. It is the order of the day. It is a way of life. And we continue.
Indeed. You are watching UBC TV, and today is the swearing-in ceremony day of President-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. In just a bit, definitely we'll be connecting you to Kololo for the live event as it unravels. But it's a day that we have to start talking about for as long as whenever the live event begins moving on. And it's what we are discussing with Honorable Mike Sebalu, chewing on things, everything swearing in. What was it like back in the day? What does the future look like for Uganda now that the 7th term of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is here? Be part of the conversation. 0709-602-592. And as we move on, we'll also be showing you footage from the different years of him swearing in, the different swearing in ceremonies. We've just shown you 1986. We'll definitely be looking at maybe 1996, 2001, 2011, 2016, 2021. And of course, filming today, another history in the making. Be part of the conversation, because there's a lot to learn, especially for us as the younger generation of Uganda who were not there when some of these things were happening. It's interesting to discover and unravel some of these things.
Of interest to note that some of these things can be interesting.
Yes.
On 2 occasions, when the president has been swearing, I've had the opportunity to be assistant master of ceremonies.
Wow.
So
which year was this? Which years were this?
That is 11.
2011.
2011 and 2006.
Yes, 2006. Wow, wow, wow. There's a lot of fun facts that I'm discovering from about Honorable Mike Sebalu regarding these events, and these are pointers indeed that are worth chewing on, because you can imagine a young boy who leaves school just to go to a parliamentary ground to witness the swearing in of a new president. Nowadays, it's hard to think about, but he did it. He did it because it was history in the making, and he had to be part of it. Now, Honorable, let's look at the ceremony in itself, swearing in ceremony. What exactly is the significance of today's swearing in ceremony for Uganda? Does it make sense?
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. And you'll only be able to appreciate the swearing-in ceremony, the celebration therein, and the different dynamics by going a little to appreciate the process. How did we get here?
Okay.
That is very fundamental. Getting here was a product of 5 very interesting aspects of a campaign. Because when you are doing a good campaign, because when we are now celebrating the effort, we are celebrating the achievement, we are celebrating the delivery of victory and mandate. So what makes this an interesting episode is that we used a different mode of campaigns. And it was informed by the following factors if you are to be successful. 1, you need a credible candidate. You need a credible, viable, a candidate with a brand image, brand name, and brand visibility. And in Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, we had that kind of candidate. 2, you need a message. The message of protecting the gains and a leap in the middle income status was a great message.
Right.
You could appreciate that other people had funny messages like protest. What do you take home in a protest? But in protecting the gains, every individual has gained over time, and they need to protect that as they leap forward. 3, we had the structures, the NRM structures, right from the national to the district, to the region, to the district, to the sub-county, to the parish, and to the village. And with the 64 per village, that makes up a good pool of resources in terms of leadership, in terms of conveyors of the message. And 3, we had the budget to do the logistics, to work out everything and be able to deliver. And 5, we had the audience, who were the target of the message. And a message that is well thought out, well packaged, and well delivered, connected very well with the population. So that is the outcome. That is where we got the 71.65.
Yes.
So that is what we are celebrating today. Celebrating without appreciating that process would be jumping the gun. So that is where we come from. Now, when we get here today, we are celebrating good leadership, we are celebrating a good candidate, we are celebrating a good message, we are celebrating the structure and the teamwork of the party, we are celebrating the audience and the people that translated our dreams into reality.
Right.
So when it gets to that celebration, Kololo is the national event. It is organized by the Office of the President, supported by State House. The party is also involved because it provided the candidate, and the judiciary, under the leadership of the Chief Justice, presides over the ceremony. We have the Chairman Electoral Commission, who delivered, presenting the candidate that made it to the first point to be sworn in, and the president takes the oath of presidency and the oath of allegiance. The president is given tools or instruments of leadership. Elsewhere you can call it instruments of power or authority. The Constitution of the Republic, the flag, the coat of arms, the national anthem. Those are very important instruments of leadership and authority within the country. And then the president makes his acceptance speech, where he gives a commitment of what he's going to do in his tour of duty in the 7th term. So basically that is what we are going to see, and it is witnessed by international guests. We have many of them that have come and are in town, heads of state and heads of delegations from various African and European countries, those that wish us well, those that relate with us, and they are also here to witness. It is witnessed by the different sectors of our society. You have the political leadership, you have the private sector, you have the business community, you have the cultural leaders, you have the religious leaders, and you have the general public descending to Kololo to witness such an important ceremony that marks the beginning of the new term of the president.
Right, and on your screen, what we're looking at now is the swearing-in ceremony of 2001, when President-elect then took oath and sworn in to be president of Uganda for the next 5 years from 2001. That's the footage that we can see. That's Chief Justice Benjamin Odoki there, who presided over that inauguration ceremony. And of course, I'll also pick interest in Honorable Mike telling us the significance of the Chief Justices who preside over this ceremony. But before we even go ahead, Honorable, looking at the significance of today's swearing in, you've properly shared the process and appreciating the procedure.
Yes.
And what stands out really is that it shows you that the celebration is for those, should I say, sits well in satisfaction for those who put in the effort to pick the candidate, to choose the slogan for the campaign, to choose the campaign strategy. The whole process really, as big as it was and complicated as it was for this day and age, really they ought to celebrate. But then one would wonder for an ordinary Ugandan, one who wakes up, opens their shop, goes back home, simple life, and what does this day really mean? Should they pay attention? What significance should it speak to them?
No, they pay attention, and the big bulk of the people in Kololo are ordinary citizens. You know, they are beneficiaries. Like when we talk about protecting their gains, the ordinary people have their gains that they value and treasure. Something that you may take for granted is peace. You know, having peace and stability and security, because then that allows you to have a multiplier effect in all aspects of life. You know, there was a situation where if you came to town at 10, people would say, you were so early, what were you doing in town at 10?
10 what?
10 a.m.
That was early.
That was very early, because anything below that you'd be risking. And if you are in town at 2 and you got any challenge, people would say, but what were you doing in town at 2 p.m.? Because that would be considered risky. No, there was that kind of time. So when people now can come at 5 o'clock without any fear of any threat, and they can leave at 11, now that is something for you, the elite, you may not take seriously, but to the ordinary people, that is something very serious. There was a time in this country when something like soda, you know, you had a wedding, you had to get permission and to get a cheat from a minister to be allocated some 20 crates of soda for your wedding. And even last minute, they could easily say that, no, the 20 could not be found, you'll have 10. There was such a time when things were being allocated. The first work of the NR and the local resistance councils was to give out sugar in a rationed manner. Not how much you want or how much you can afford, but what is available. There was a time when you would go to Nairobi, and when you come back to Kampala, you buy bread and margarine, and people at home are excited because they are seeing something that is alien. But right now, all those things are in abundance. Supermarkets was not a term known in this country. It was small makeshift shops. But now you have big trading departmental stores. You have whatever you want in the country. So for us, the elite, we look at other things like human rights, like what the ordinary people look at: basics, survival, living to the next day, guaranteed security and peace, and being able to manage the affairs of their homes without any threat, going about their community engagements without any threat. So they have a reason to come to Kololo and celebrate, because for them, they were able to see what it was. That's why the young people may not appreciate some of these things, because they never lived that life. So the ordinary people really see a real change, fundamental one, and the transformation one.
Now, the footage we are looking at right now, I think I hope I'm corrected by my producer, but as far as I see, it's 2001. And therein I've seen Honorable Winnie Byanyima waving. I think she attended that inauguration ceremony. Very interesting at that, because 2001 was the very same year that Dr. Kizza Besigye also ran for presidency. But we are looking and studying the swearing-in ceremony of Uganda, today being in the particular, the fact that President-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is swearing in for his 7th term. And to have this conversation with us is Honorable Mike Sebalu, who has been around and has the plethora, authority at that, to speak into this very conversation. As we are all learning and relearning, if you have a question, a concern, an opinion, an experience, please do share it to 0709-602-592. Allow me, Honorable, engage some of the comments that are coming through as you speak into each one of them. A plethora, or rather an avalanche of comments that have already swum in. But let's see how to handle each as it comes. Good morning, Julie. Thank you for the program. Really, in this new term of President Museveni, he should think of salary increments for police constables. That's to say the lower-ranked cadres, lower-ranked officers. There was the said 25% salary increment, but the truth is that the percentage was just heard, but it was the top officials who benefited in it. Where it was talked in Parliament, I even don't know where it stopped from. You did not leave your name, but thank you for being on the show. Good morning, UBC TV. I've just joined. Please remind us of the topics to be commented about. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we are looking at the swearing-in ceremony, what the past years looked like, what we hope it will look like, and what the new term means, and just generally having a conversation on the swearing-in ceremony. But what is your perspective? What's your experience? What's your opinion? What's your concern? Please do share it. And as we have this conversation together, we do have Honorable Mike Sebalu in studio, who's helping us understand and painting the picture for us there in Pope Francis. That's what I see your name is. Thank you for being on the show. Good morning, UBC. Former NRA Kadogos, we are still alive, and you share our telephone number. Good morning, UBC. We are truly proud of His Excellency Yoweri Museveni for the peace in this country. Congratulations to him. I'm Martha Achengo from Busiro East, and I have your former MP in studio. Great day in Uganda's history. Someone else comes through. We congratulate our president for the 7 terms in office, and we need transparency in our country. Uganda, Kaunda Banda B1. And this term marks a unique inauguration for His Excellency His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, whose leadership has guided Uganda through decades of recovery, development, and regional stability. We invite all Ugandans, NRM leaders, cadres, and citizens to stand together in support of the vision. Let us transform our communities, protect our gains, and ensure Uganda's future is secure for the next generation. This is Shaban Ali in Soroti City. Good morning, Uganda. I'm Echo Boy John from Kumi. By 1986, I wasn't there, but the leadership of Muzei YK will never be seen anywhere in Africa and the world at large. Long live my grandfather, YK Museveni. Good morning. Thanks for the show. The fact that Honorable gets hosted to share insights with citizens is something I personally learn a lot from. I really learn so much from him always. He is one of my inspirations. I just wish he can know. Honorable greetings from my side, Martha Bonita. Chin, how I wish Honorable Mike Sebalu would be one of my lifetime lecturers. Receive your flowers, Honorable.
Oh, that is, I take it, and I really appreciate that feedback.
All right.
Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you for your comments. Keep them coming through. We'll be reading them as the show goes on, as we learn a lot from...
There's something I don't know whether you've noted.
Yes, please.
When we were running the footage, the kind of tents that were then.
Yes.
So if you look at the setup and the ambience, and what it is now with the multiplex, huge tents,
yes,
the size of the house. These are issues we need to look at. Yeah, these are things we need to look at.
Indeed.
And when we talk about gains, those are the qualitative leaps as we move along and we get along.
Right. Now, we are going to have a short break and be joined on set by another guest who will also be sharing his insights, especially why it's interesting, why my two guests are interesting is the fact that Honorable Mike is from an older generation and he has seen it all. And then our next guest is from a younger generation and we want to see his perspective and if he's representing you in any way. So stay tuned. Keep it UBC TV. In just a bit, we'll be back, but make sure that you save the number 0709-602-592 so that you are part of the conversation. Good morning.
I'm Colonel Chris Magezi, the Acting Director, Defense Public Information, or in other words, the military spokesperson of the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs and the Uganda People's Defense Forces. We are aware that President Yoweri Museveni, on January 15th this year, secured a resounding victory with 71.65% of all eligible votes cast by the people of Uganda. And with that, he has been mandated to undertake another term from 2026 to 2031. So the ceremony on Tuesday will mark that transition from the previous 5 years, from 2021 to 2026, and the beginning of the new term and 7th term for the president from May 2026 to May 2031. We congratulate His Excellency the President for winning. He presented his manifesto alongside other competitors and political parties, and the President and his National Resistance Movement Party convinced Ugandans. They had a very attractive and motivating theme of protecting the gains in order to achieve a higher income status, a higher income, middle income status for all Ugandans. And the citizens were convinced, and they have given him another mandate. But if you are to ask me, I think the citizens of Uganda have chosen wisely and elected well, because in President Yoweri Museveni, we have a distinguished leader who has proved himself over a long time. He's a steady hand, and he has carefully nurtured Uganda and guided Uganda through very, very intricate challenges over the last many years. Some of our problems were post-independence issues of very, very volatile military political instability, where there was no security for man and property. As the Uganda People's Defense Forces, we revere President Yoweri Museveni. He has been a great visionary and inspirational leader. But most importantly, and which I'm sure Ugandans have also observed over this time, is that President Museveni is not only charismatic, but he is a seasoned educator, an ideologue, very grounded in sound ideological principles, and a philosopher who has educated and broken down very complex society issues, not only in security, but for the country and even the region, and helped us to understand them in very, very intricate detail. And in the way he presents them, leaves no one in doubt as to what the message is and what needs to be done. His emphasis on national peace and security, and by inference, the UPDF has trained and been equipped as well as oriented ideologically to ensure that we remain on track and undertake our duties of defense and national sovereignty, as well as internal security responsibilities to ensure Uganda is peaceful and secure so that progress can take place, the socio-economic transformation and prosperity for our people. The second, the President has been very strong on key themes like prosperity and wealth creation. That message is being received very well by Ugandans, on the need for regional integration in order for Uganda and East Africa and Africa as a whole to achieve strategic security. The President has been very strong on infrastructure projects in our country, roads, the railway, energy, human capital development in health and education, and so on, and many other areas. But with the defense and security, the UPDF from early on has been built on a strong foundation of discipline and accountability, as well as anti-corruption.
Even when you are brave, you are a good fighter, but you are not disciplined, you will end up badly, because you will die early, you will injure your colleagues, and you will not be appreciated, because in whatever you are doing, you failed to add on that element, that important element of discipline.
Wherever we have been in the country and in the region where we have conducted some peace stabilization operations, we are known as a very disciplined military force. The President has been very strong on the welfare of the defense forces in terms of soldiers' pay, housing, proper medical services, infrastructure upgrades in accommodation and office working space. And this has even been greatly augmented with the appointment of the current Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor for Special Operations, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, who has come in and really fast-tracked most of these welfare interventions for soldiers. Soldiers' pay has been significantly enhanced over the last 2 to 3 years. Our medical services have tremendously improved. We now have a UPDF National Referral Hospital. It has begun operations. It is a very, very high-standard hospital, and we can handle most of the major complex medical cases, which in the past would have required the UPDF and even the rest of Ugandans to refer patients abroad. This will no longer be necessary in the coming years. The Uganda People's Defense Forces and previously the National Resistance Army prides itself on very, very strong working relations with the population. We know without the support of the people of Uganda, we cannot be able to achieve much. And therefore, we value our partnership with the people of Uganda and treasure their continued support. Because of their support, the UPDF has excelled wherever we are. The other areas of focus in the modernization and professionalization themes of the UPDF has been improved and enhanced logistic management systems, accountability programs to ensure that whatever we acquire and do for our defense forces meets very stringent standards of value for money. And this has been very, very important. May God bless the People's Army, Uganda People's Defense Forces, and may God bless your people of Uganda as you embark on the journey to lead our country to greater prosperity for the next 5 years. For God and my country, hongera sana Mheshimiwa Rais General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Yaleta upendo, Yoweri Kaguta, yaleta upendo. Yaleta upendo.
Good morning, Uganda. Welcome to UBC TV. Good morning, Uganda it is. And we are looking at today's swearing-in ceremony 2026, the 12th of May. But of course, looking at all of them that have come and gone and learning a lot from perspectives, different perspectives as they come through. My name is Julie F. Nantaba. And before we even delve deep into the conversation, one of the things as UBC, it's about inspiring you and educating you. You know, at the end of the day, you picking information and learning a thing or two from whatever you watch. Some of the facts regarding the Chief Justices that have presided over the swearing-in ceremonies of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. We have Sir Peter Allen, who presided over Museveni's first swearing-in January 1986, and then Justice Samuel Wako Wambuzi presided over the 1996 swearing-in ceremony. Now, Justice Benjamin Odoki presided over three, not just one, but three, 2001, 2006, and 2011. The only Chief Justice to preside over three separate inaugurations at that. And Justice Bat Katurebe presided over the 2016 inauguration of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Justice Alfonso Chigamoy Owenyi Dolo presided over the 2021 inauguration of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And today, because it's Justice Flavian Zeja who is the sitting Chief Justice, we look forward to him presiding over, as by the Constitution of Uganda, presiding over the inauguration of President-elect President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Be part of the conversation. 0709-602-592. In studio with me is Honorable Mike Sebalu, and we've been joined by the Assistant RDC of Buyikwe District, Gachibayo Ninsima, in studio. Good morning.
A very good morning to you, my sister Julie.
Pleasure having you this morning.
I'm honored also. A very good morning to Honorable Sebaru.
Good morning.
And all our viewers, wherever you are. I bring you greetings from Buyikwe District. The RDC for Buyikwe District, Major Retired David Matovu, and all the other RDCs that work under him have greeted you. And it is a joy morning today. It is a morning that we are coming to witness the inauguration and the swearing in of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. I join all other Ugandans and the world to congratulate him upon today's swearing in for yet another new term. For those of you who read the Bible more than I do, when you look at Psalm 118:24, this is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Indeed. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Congratulations, Uganda. Congratulations, everybody, for this 71.65 electoral victory. Yes.
Now, you found us halfway the conversation, and some of the things and highlights we've so far garnered from our conversation, speaking with Honorable Mike Sebalu, is the things that we've learned from a person of his stature, caliber, who has been around and witnessed all these inaugurations, co-emceed some of them. Fun facts there to learn from, but also his perspective and light, deeper insight. I'm not so sure if you were around by 1986 or if you witnessed the inauguration.
I am a history student.
In 1986. But from the times you've witnessed the inaugurations and the history that you've studied, what is your perspective? Share your vantage as to the significance of the swearing-in ceremony of the president.
Yeah, swearing-in ceremony and inauguration is a very historical and fundamental function that everyone should not miss. Number one, it legitimizes the term of office of a president, and it brings new principles and ideas on board. I want to borrow President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni's message, January 26, 1986, where he mentioned making a shift from a mere change of guards to a fundamental change in the politics of Uganda, featuring on a democratic, peaceful, and stable economy. And so, what we are witnessing today is, I have borrowed it from his message in 1986, the swearing in message.
Right.
So to me and to all the other Ugandans who are watching us and abroad, this is a fundamental change. It is not a mere change of guards, but a fundamental change in the politics of our country, economically, socially, and politically. And so that's why we have a reason to celebrate. That's why we are giving thanks to the Lord, as it is mentioned in Psalm 1071. Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, his love endures forever. And so that's why we are here. I have come from Buyukwe with my senior RDC, Major Retired David Matovu, and all the other RDCs to come to Kororo and witness this function.
All right. And therein, indeed, as you've rightfully said, it was a fundamental change. In the years ahead, in the years moving forward, especially for a younger Uganda that doesn't seem to relate with then, what message do you think they should pick or understand and hold forth for the swearing in ceremony? But before you even speak into it, allow me inform our viewer that now the footage we are looking at is that of the year 2006, the very year that Honorable Mike Sebalu got to co-MC that swearing in ceremony. And that was when the president was swearing in after elections of that year, the year 2006. That's about what, 20 years ago, right? Indeed, 20 years ago. Now, Honorable, pardon me, Gachibayo, you just speaking to the younger generation that don't relate with the fundamental change that was then, from change of guard to fundamental changes. The message is quite different for them. What should they hold forth to understand the importance of events such as this?
You see, we must acknowledge the importance of such functions. And we must get to know that for us as the younger generation to enjoy or get the fruits of a presidential term, we must, one, acknowledge this, and also thank the Lord for keeping us alive to witness such a fundamental function and a very historical one. Number two, we must thank God again for keeping the historical and great leaders like Honorable Sebaru is, because we borrow a lot from him or them. We get historical messages, and those messages keep us moving, because they are leaders that we always love to see, yeah. And so we get good message from them, and we must put it into practice. Yeah, that is it. Number two, this is not a Ugandan function, that it is only a national function, but it is a regional and the whole world function that has attracted regional leaders, both regional and foreign leaders. This one tells you how important this function is. So you who is watching us from the village of Wakiso, from the village of Kabare, and everywhere, this function is very important. I want to thank General Kaguta Museveni, the president now, elect, that he used his constitutional mandate to declare this day a public holiday. And so this one tells us that it is going to give us time. Those who have not managed to come to Kororo, we even watch it from wherever we shall be on televisions. I know different districts have internal arrangements where they will provide an opportunity for their people to watch or to see what is happening in Kororo, and also those in Kororo to see what is happening in different districts. So this marks a new term of leadership, this marks a new journey, and this marks a new and great celebrations that we must always keep following, that we must always focus on as we see what is expected of the new government, 2026, 2031.
Right. Indeed, be part of the conversation, 0709-602 592. As we've seen in the footage of 2006, it was Engineer Dr. Badru Chigundu who was the Electoral Commission chairperson at that time. Now, looking over the years, the Electoral Commission chairpersons that have been, as President Museveni has become president and have, of course, been part of the swearing-in ceremony and exercised their constitutional mandate. 1996 was Stephen Akabwai, interim electoral commission at that time, and 2001 was Aziz Kasuja. 2006 and 2011, as well as 2016, 3 times in a row, was Engineer Dr. Badru Chigundu, and 2021 was Justice Simon Byabakama. 2026 has been Justice Simon Byabakama presiding over the election process as well as swearing-in ceremony of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Now, a comment comes through from Odongo Ronald, who says the celebration overshadows or is overshadowed by the harsh reality of the youth unemployment. Prolonged retirements and neglected opportunities are blocking the pipeline for young talent. I do not jubilate. Let me pose this to you, Honorable Mike Sebalu. What do you have to say to Mr. Odongo Ronald, who has these sentiments?
No, I think I respect his view.
And he represents many others.
I respect his view, but I think one thing we need to appreciate is that there are historical milestones that are worthy celebrating. You know, renewed mandate guarantees stability, respects the people's choice, and appreciates the governance structures that are available in the government, and it is worthy celebrating. But what we need to do then, and what the president has always done, is to ensure that in the new mandate, he is going to share his viewpoint in terms of the new mandate that is beginning today, and employment, fighting unemployment and creating employment opportunities is at the center of government and the party, and it is one of those aspects that were used to give the president the mandate that he's enjoying this time around. And how do we look at employment? I think we really need to give it thorough thought. One, we have the public sector. The public sector is limited in opportunities. You know, you are going to have 300 government workers within government ministries, departments, and agencies, and that is limited. So where do you look out for further opportunities? The president has put a lot of emphasis on industrialization, on foreign direct investments, and on creating an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive. All nations that have developed and have created opportunities for employment, the vehicle that is more sustainable and reliable is the private sector. And the president has been able to attract investment in the private sector by giving some incentives for investment. Industrial parks are being established. People in the private sector, especially the hospitality industry, have been given some holidays in order to create. Just about 2 days ago, I was witnessing an inauguration of a new hotel in Makerere by Haj Muanga, where he has created about 400 jobs. So we need to support the private sector. And the president has put a lot of emphasis on that because it has a multiplier effect in employment creation and opportunities that can be accessed. But the president has not stopped there. He has also gone into areas of supporting young people who have ideas. Like, for instance, young people who have graduated 3 years and have not gotten employment, there's an arrangement to support them with some seed fund to start income generating activities. You have the PDM, where the young people, something like 30% of that is ring-fenced for the young people. You have areas of innovation and creativity where, again, it has been reserved for young people. You have the creative industry, you know, musicians and people who create content. A law was passed recently regarding the copyright. All those policies are geared towards creating opportunities, safeguarding opportunities, and allowing people to create employment using their skills, using their creativity. So the policies are in place, the systems are there, the procedures are there, the employment created by the private sector investment portfolio is there, the public service is there. So it is work in progress. Yeah.
Let's look at the guests. Footage there has shown the president then, 2006, after swearing in, greeting some of the guests, that is the heads of state from other countries. What is the significance of guests that attend this inauguration? When we see cultural leaders, some of the footage from previous years, or maybe that very year, we've seen the Kabaka of Uganda and other cultural leaders, seeing heads of state there and different dignitaries from different countries representing. What statement does it make? What does it mean?
Yeah, first of all, we need to appreciate that the country is sovereign. But being sovereign, it operates in a wider space with international relations, with the diplomacy, with the foreign policy, with the relations. We are part of the civilized community of nations. So when you have an occasion of inaugurating leadership, it is good practice to invite, because the president is not going to operate alone within the East African region, on the African continent, even in the global arena. You are going to work with other heads of states and government in order to manage the affairs of your country. So that is a vote of confidence. When you invite your colleagues at that level, executive level of leadership of a nation, and they respond and honor your invitation with their physical presence, that is a vote of confidence. Even when they don't come at the level of executive, but they delegate and constitute delegations to represent sovereign states that have been invited. Again, that is a vote of confidence. So this time around, I'm told over 30 delegations are expected, many of them in town already, and led by heads of state. That is something good to write home about. We are proud of it as a country. It shows how visible we are, how a brand we are, how attractive we are, and our stature within the community of nations is much more enhanced with such response. And you'll appreciate that at that level, diplomacy operates on the basis of reciprocity. Our country has also been invited on several inaugurations across the continent and in other places, and we've always honored such invitations by the president himself attending in person or delegating delegations to go on behalf. So it's good practice in the community of civilized nations.
Very profound at that, and a very profound perspective. Now somebody comes through and says, hi, when are we going to get the food from today? Because I heard that there is food for the ceremony. Interesting perspective, but I think I will say what the Honorable Richard Todwong informed Ugandans yesterday. He said that for the general public that is attending this ceremony, of which you ought to have been there already, because 9 a.m. is when everything begins, is expected to begin, but he said that there will be holding grounds where there will be refreshments and something simple to eat, and then on the ceremonial grounds, that is at Kololo, there will be no eating. So the food you will get is at the holding grounds, which I believe is already done, dusted, and now everyone is at Kololo as per the schedule that Honorable Richard Todwong shared with us yesterday.
That is what we call brunch.
Brunch.
Yes.
Nice.
Breakfast
and lunch at the same time. Yes, I know, right? But coming to you, Gachibayo, in the office, in your office as RDCs, I know that there's a lot of preparation that has been going on behind the scenes. Paint us a picture of what agencies are on board, have been recruited on board to make sure that this event is successful.
Yeah, thank you very much, my sister Julie, and I want to thank Honorable Sebaru for his submission. But permit me, before I give you the agencies that are on board in this swearing-in ceremony and inauguration function.
Right.
My brother Odong talked about the jobs. You know, I am a student of Genome 7 in leadership. I've always followed his message. And time and again, always on International Labor Days, even on the other day when we were hosting that. Right. We want to thank you, the Fourth Estate, that you were present and the function was a colorful one. So my thanks to the Managing Director, UBC, Mr. Gaba Winston, and all the other leaders here for that great job done. The President Museveni has already said the problem in Uganda are not jobs, but the attitude, the vision. And that's why always is focusing on wealth creation and jobs. So the issue of industrialization, like you have heard Honorable Sebaru say, this is where government is focusing on bringing this to be a reality. Now, in our offices as RDCs, deputy RDCs and assistant RDCs across the country, we have had the chance to be on board organizing and mobilizing for this function. You will accept, and those who are watching from wherever they are, that the Ministry for Presidency is a key ministry in this, and it has always been supported by all the other agencies. For example, the NRM Secretariat, which delivered the candidate, the Electoral Commission on board, and all the other stakeholders. The NRM Historical, we cannot do without them. You know, we have a lot to learn from them as historicals, and so they have also been at the forefront to see that this function is a reality. Right. The general public, because we get opinions from them, the opinion leaders, you cannot do without opinion leaders, because they have a great message that they can always give to us or deliver to us to be able to hold this function as a team, because it has always been teamwork. There's nobody, no one you invite here as a guest and tells you, I have done this single-handedly. No, it has always been teamwork and that's why we have been able to deliver, and we are here to rejoice and enjoy this day. Indeed.
And as I get more deeper into the comments, in a few we shall be connecting to Kololo Independence Grounds, but there's a message that has come through, and it has caught me off guard, but allow me to read it because the author is close to my heart. I'm glad to watch my brother Honorable Sebalu. Whatever he is talking about is the truth. I was also present at Parliament in 1986. This is Diplock Segawan. This is my father.
Interesting.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. In a bit, we'll be connecting to Kololo and getting in touch with the team on ground. But thank you so much for being on the show. Good morning, UBC. Thank you. In 1986, I was 27 years. I had never, and I have never seen or even heard of a leader who loves Uganda and Ugandans and being consistent in what he stands for. My name is Musoke Richard Seviri. Thank you very much, Musoke Richard, for being on the show. Wow, congratulations, Mr. His Excellency, more years of leadership. I'm Tony from SETA. Hello, Julie. Thank you for the great show. Honorable Doctor is saying young people are getting education. Though unemployment is high, it's of a great advantage. Ask him, is education without unemployment an achievement? This is Felix from Tororo, and I think they mean, when they say Honorable Doctor, I believe they refer to Honorable Sebalu. He goes ahead to say that, hello Julie, thank you for the show. I'm a born of 2001, but from the documentaries that I have seen, I think we need to endorse President Museveni for the next term. But tell Honorable that I have had a dream and desire of stepping in Parliament one day, but I have no access route. Could he please help? Please help this author, Felix.
Yeah,
both comments come from him.
Yeah, Felix, I definitely appreciate you. When you dream, you don't stay in bed. When you dream, wake up, dress up, and show up. Take action to translate your dream into reality. So I'll get your number through Julie,
right,
and we'll have a conversation where I should be able to inspire you, motivate you, empower you in terms of your thinking and your drive to achieve what you want.
Profound.
So just go for your dream.
Right.
I always tell people, if you have a dream, just translate it to reality, start taking small steps. You be part of these activities in your area, create visibility, be in the public domain, start doing the small things that create impact and be able to be noticed, be able to be appreciated, be able to be valued, and the support system will come along. Like for instance, I told you I came out of school and went to Parliament. And that day, the speech I had from President Museveni motivated me. I was never the same. So Felix, coming to the inauguration in Kololo is one of such. If you have one in your local area, go there and be part of the action. Go there and be part of the audience. From that, when the opportunity came to represent young people in the Constituent Assembly, I took up the challenge.
Right.
And I rose from LC1, I went to the parish, I went to the sub-county, I went to the county, I went to the district. I was chosen as a delegate to the National Delegates Council, and I stood for the Constituent Assembly. But it was because I believed in myself. I believed in myself. I created self-esteem, and I translated that into a reality. And from there, I was able to be a member of Parliament of Uganda. I was able to be a member of the Pan-African Parliament. I was able to be a member of the East African Legislative Assembly twice. I've served as an eminent person on the Africa Peer Review Mechanism. All that beginning with the inspiration I got at parliamentary buildings.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Mike Sebalu. I believe, Felix, you have been inspired. Now, Gatvayo Ninsima is, of course, a very busy person on such a day, as all our DCs are, and we'll have to let him go. But what are your parting shots?
Yeah, before I bring my parting shots, Honorable Sebalu has reminded me of a quotation from Chinua Achebe when he was talking about leadership. That leadership is not all about titles or positions, but the ability to inspire and lead others. And so we want to thank you, Honorable Sebalu, for the inspiration, especially to us, the young generation, and the message itself. So I want to bring it to my brother who has asked that one, that when you reflect to the late Chinua Achebe's message, that leadership is not all about titles or positions, but the ability to lead and inspire others. When you have a leader who cannot inspire or who cannot lead others, then that one is a different definition.
Right. Thank you.
But I want to thank whoever has been watching us, and also I bring the message, a congratulatory message to His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Ugandans, and whoever has come up for this electoral victory today.
Right.
As I go, I wish you a blessed day. I wish you a fruitful inauguration and swearing-in ceremony today.
Right.
Yeah. May the good Lord keep you all.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Now, what you see there on your screen is footage live from Kololo. Any minute, we shall be connecting to the events on that side. But for now, let's have a short break. Allow us to take a bit of sips of water, and we'll be right back, of course, with the events Kololo and studio as well. You are watching UBC TV. Stay tuned.
On 12th May, Uganda turns a new page, yet continues a familiar journey. A journey shaped by resilience, transformation, and a promise to protect the gains.
We are celebrating this through the manifesto, and we are even giving more promises that in the manifesto, we are not only going to continue improving on the fundamentals of the infrastructure and peace and security and all that, we are now moving into the households. We want every household to be productive, to leave subsistence production to become commercial. This word called Musevenomics. Musevenomics is nothing but making everything earns you money. That is the idea.
The NRM Secretariat played a fundamental role as an engine of the ruling party to unveil these gains ahead of the swearing-in ceremony.
When you look at the women and youth who have given us the majority support, especially during the previous campaigns, but I want to say that women have always been the reason, have always been the backbone of our victory, because they have never stopped supporting the NRM government. But why is it so? When you look at our interventions, especially the poverty alleviation programs, we target, and there is always a percentage for women. There is always a percentage for the youth. There is a percentage for the PWDs. Take an example of PDM. There are percentages, 30% for the youth, 30% for the women. So this is what they call sustainable support. If you want the women to support the NRM in 2011, 2016, 2021, 2026, you must ensure that you give them a reason that their future, their livelihood, especially that of them as women and their children, is guaranteed.
The biggest gain NRM brought the people of Uganda was peace and security. At any time of the night, all day, a Ugandan can get in his car or boda and drive from border to border. Businessmen who only used to operate at night, I mean during day, now pay licenses for 24 hours.
The results we see today is sustained growth, low inflation, stability of the shilling, increased foreign direct investment, increased manufacturing, jobs being created in industrial parks. You have so many younger people getting into enterprise, doing what they want to do. Of course, with some remaining unemployed, because we are having an economy which is still relatively smaller.
Today, we reflect on the factors that led to President Yoweri Museveni's electoral victory and the mandate that brings him once again to the steps of the swearing-in ceremony. Peace and security have remained at the core of national priorities.
The NRM government coming into power in 1986, our forefathers or our revolutionary fathers like President Museveni and his cohorts, they had a mission. But like I said, diagonizing the problem is usually very key. They realized that Uganda was very divided along sectarian lines. People were divided along tribe, divided along religions and all that. So they sought to unite our people. Unity, that is one thing they went out to achieve. After achieving unity, they realized that you cannot even foster development if security is still a challenge. So they went ahead to ensure that all the rebel groupings that came up after 1986, there were so many of them, others springing up in northern Uganda, in eastern, whatever, Lakwena and the rest, all these ones were suppressed. So we ensured that there was silence. The gun was silenced in the country. The NRM ensured that it achieves peace and tranquility in the country.
Across regions, the absence of widespread conflict has allowed communities to thrive and economies to grow. Economic transformation has been a central campaign message. Investments in infrastructure, agriculture, and industrialization have shaped livelihoods and opened new opportunities.
Progressively, people understood, especially through the message of the president, that the gains were known and they can be enumerated. The first one was peace and security. The second one was development. People saw that in Uganda we have phones, we have banks, we have got roads, we have electricity, now the railway line is also going to be worked on. People have schools that have been constructed. When COVID tied every Ugandan to be here in Uganda, people went to the health centers here and they survived the COVID. So they said when we have development, it's a fundamental gain that must be protected.
The emphasis on wealth creation and production has resonated strongly, especially in rural areas where livelihoods are directly tied to government programs. Access to education, healthcare, and social services continue to influence voter sentiment. Programs aimed at empowering youth and improving community welfare have played a role in shaping a public perception.
There has never been a period of your tenure which has impacted the youth population more than the last 5 years. We want to thank you. You gave the young people 30% of PDM. That translates to 300 billion in 1 year for young people of Uganda.
At the heart of the victory lies an extensive grassroots network. Political mobilization at the village level ensure that messages reach citizens directly.
We, as the NRM Secretariat, have top management of 17 members. We are 17 leaders here that form top management. So we had to allocate ourselves different sub-regions, but it was very prudent that we do allocate members to sub-regions where they hail from. It is one thing traveling to Western Uganda and trying to understand their plight. By source or another, sending me back to Bukedi, these are challenges that I have lived. So I better have an understanding of them and I might have better solutions for them.
The strength of grassroots structures cannot be underestimated. They provide both communication and trust between leadership and citizens.
The first rally in Luweero, oh my God, the leaders of Luweero mobilized. After that we went to Langu, it was massive. After that we went to West Nile. This is one of the areas we got the biggest rallies. And everybody who saw these pictures live wanted to come to the next rally to see what magic does the president have. Very few knew that the magic was in the message of the president. Because from day one, the message of the president was the same in Luweero, in Lango, in Acholi, in West Nile, through Bukedi and Eastern Uganda, through Western, back to Uganda and Kampala, the message of wealth creation and the examples of what had been achieved.
The electoral process culminated in the declaration of results, affirming the will of the electorate.
Yoweri Tibuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 7,946,772 votes.
The outcome reflected a combination of historical loyalty, public influence, and strategic campaigning.
The way we campaigned in 2021, the issues then were different. Some of them are generic, but some of them that we now face were new. And therefore, for every campaign, for every election, there are three key ingredients: the candidate, the message, and then the structure of the campaigns. How do you deliver the candidate and the message to the voters? And we thought within our system that we realized we have been struggling to look for voters when actually the party has members who are registered. So the first thing I did as the Secretary General was to request that I do an audit of our members.
NRM Secretariat reported 14.6 million registered members in the NRM registry. This was partly evident during President Yoweri Museveni's campaign rallies.
I want to begin by thanking the people of Bukedde and Uganda at large for having voted NRM and given us that resounding victory of 71+%. That is a success that we have not celebrated in the last 30 years. I think it was last witnessed in 1996. So it is a good comeback, and that is a testimony that people are appreciating the NRM government and understanding better what this government stands for.
12th of May will be remembered. The ceremony themed Protecting the Gains, making a qualitative leap into high middle-income status, is expected to draw leaders, dignitaries, and citizens from across the country and beyond.
So whereas other people will be coming there for swearing in, the president will be sworn in, but Ugandans who have been invited will come to celebrate their victory. And then too, they are going to come and become witnesses to the president taking oath, and they will listen to the commitments of the president, and that is going to be our message for the party.
We are going to have a beautiful day on the 12th of May. We shall be having a brand new president being sworn in, and it is going to be colorful. We have invited so many people from around the country, from outside the country. Let me tell you this. The NRM victory is not only a victory for NRM in Uganda, it is the victory of the continent. All revolutionary African parties are coming to learn from NRM. Having stayed in power for 40 years, what magic do you have that you can still win a national election at a rate of 71%? ANC wants to come and learn. Frelimo is coming. ZANU-PF is coming, MPLA is coming, CCM is coming, RPF is coming, UDA of Kenya is coming, SPLM of South Sudan. So this has reawakened the African spirit. And this African spirit is matching the struggle against the constant neoliberal forces that are coming to destabilize Africa.
Good morning, Uganda. The 12th of May 2026, as we look forward to the swearing-in ceremony of the President-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. A lot of things to learn about the type of leader he is, because I'm learning a lot right behind the scenes, and I'm blown away trying to think, where have I gone wrong in my own personal life, if at all I haven't had some leadership traits based off of over the discipline, the type of discipline that President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has held over the years in his tenure as a leader, leading Uganda, full-time leader at that. This will be his 7th term that he will be inaugurated into, and the Chief Justice that will preside over this inauguration will be Chief Justice Flavian Zeja, who will be leading that on that front, and it's something that we are looking forward to. According to the Constitution, the president-elect is supposed to be sworn in between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. What time exactly will he be sworn in? It will be between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. and it's something that we'll also be bringing to you. But in studio with me is Honorable Mike Sebalu, with whom we are having this conversation. Honorable Mike Sebalu is a former member of Parliament, Busiro East, former member of Parliament of the African Union's Pan-African Parliament, member of the East African Community as well, Legislative Assembly, member of the Constituent Assembly representing the youth. When he went to the parliamentary grounds in 1986 to witness President Yoweri Museveni swearing in for the very first time, he was inspired, and that led him into his leadership journey, as well as he has shared LC1 there in representing the youth at the Constituent Assembly, and on and on and on. And here he is in studio with us, inspiring us on many things from his experience as a leader at that. But be part of the conversation, 0709 602592. My name is Julie F. Nantaba. Honorable, let's continue with our conversation. And I think now let's look at the political atmosphere. How would you describe the political atmosphere surrounding today's inauguration?
Yeah, the atmosphere is calm. In terms of political stability, there is a lot of stability around. But the excitement is on, the interest is on. The NRM leadership, the NRM fraternity across the country is in a celebration mood. When you go to all parts of the country, different local leaderships have organized the local celebrations in all the major cities and in all the districts. There are the versions of the celebration, and Kololo is the venue for the national celebration. We want to encourage the other political actors, because NRM is in power. NRM has absolute majority in parliament. NRM is going to constitute leadership in parliament. The president is going to constitute his cabinet, and the government will be in place. The mood is mood of better delivery, better service, better leadership. The fight against corruption is on top of the agenda. So we are looking at the opposition. The opposition appears to be in disarray. The opposition leader, Honorable Chagulanyi, is out of the country. Noop, I think, is undergoing some reorganization internally to reposition themselves. The FDC is also trying to get its feet on the ground. The Democratic Alliance is trying to navigate the challenges of formation and stability. And several other NT was able to get a member of parliament. I think that will give them some energy to have some serious activity. So the NRM remains a dominant political force, and we want to achieve the promises that we made. And I want to believe that today the president is going to speak about the tenure he's going to start, the commitment he made for this term, and all of us need to support him to actualize the promises that we made in the field.
Indeed. Definitely looking forward to that. Anytime from now, we shall be connecting to Kololo Independence Grounds for the event that is the swearing-in ceremony of the President-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Be part of the conversation. We have a conversation with Honorable Mike Sebalu, from whom we are learning a lot. So be sure to be part of it and ask away as you also learn a thing or two.
You could talk about the skies, the shore that was shared last night.
Yes,
you know, that innovation. I think it is something good to write home about.
Yes.
You know, there are people who were saying, look, we've seen this in other places. It's not the first time. But my view is that when you went wherever you went and saw it, you had to pay for a ticket or some means of transport and spending out there just to have a look at that. But when it is in town, when it is in the country, when it is brought to Ugandans, I really want to commend the NRM Secretariat and the organizing committee for this year's inauguration for that innovation, demonstrating technology in practice. And I think that is the way to go.
Indeed, I do agree with you on that. And there, in speaking of which, what would you tell a Ugandan youth to take, how would you tell them to take advantage of the upcoming the next 5 years?
Yeah, I think this is a term for the youth. The stability is there. The skilling is there for those young people who are not skilled, and many of them have benefited and been able to create employment for themselves and become employers in the process. The laws are in place that allow creativity, the copyright law and other similar laws, and the policies are available to support and empower the young people to be competitive in this space. We want them to take advantage of technology. Technology as a tool of transformation, technology as a tool of employment. You know, those content creators, those that are able to use such, it is available. We have PDM, which is available, and we have different interventions by government specifically designed to empower the young people, give them leverage and advantage to be able to survive in this competitive era. The private sector and the employment opportunities from the private sector.
Now, Honorable, allow me just interject a little bit as we take note of the arrival of the CDF, who has just arrived at Kololo Independence Grounds. As you've watched on your screen, we are bringing you footage live from Kololo Independence Grounds for this 12th day of May 2026, as we look forward to the President-elect swearing in for his 7th term. And we'll be definitely bringing you updates as they unravel as to who is arriving, and of course for the delegates, that is the different heads of state, as they come in and settle in to witness another day of history in the making. But in studio, we are having a conversation with the Honorable Mike Sebalu, speaking to us regarding swearing-in ceremonies at the past that have been as they've come along. And of course, fun fact, in case you didn't get it, he co-emceed 2 of them. So far, he has had the opportunity.
No, that needs to be put in perspective.
Yes,
the were assistant MCs, because the MC, like in previous cases, was always the minister in charge of the presidency. But this time around, actually, it has been elevated to the vice president. The vice president is the MC, but there are those other people that handle it before the official procedures come in, where the MC takes over. Those are called assistant MCs.
Yeah,
I don't want to put it to...
Right, and on the screen we can see another team of delegates arriving, trying to find out who they are. But as you can see the display on your screen, in case you are not yet at Kololo, I think it's rather too late right now for you to be let in, because the way in different groups were let in was first by invitation cards, but also therein where the general public, there was a holding spot for the general public where they were guided to Kololo and how they were supposed to get in to Kololo. So right now, if you're not yet in, it might be a little too late. And the best way to follow the event is via UBC TV here on air, but as well as online. That is UBC TV. That is UBC TV on YouTube. And as you can see, Timothy Nyangweso is in Kololo. He will be definitely bringing us the direct information right from Kololo, and we'll be getting in touch with him in just a bit. I can see Timothy's speaking. We're not yet able to hear him, but I know just in a bit we'll be hearing from him, coming live from Kololo Independence Grounds as President-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is being sworn in for the 7th term in a row. For some, this 7th term, for some maybe it's his final one. For others, still looking forward to him serving another term. For some, perhaps it's the transition season. Everyone has different perspectives and different angles as well as different ideas to this 7th term. But one thing remains a fact, the fact that he shall be leading us for the next 5 years and leading Uganda into protecting the gains that have been garnered over the last 40 years from 1986. Honorable Sebalu, what lesson?
When you are giving that theme, protecting the gains, don't forget the leap
into the high middle income status.
Because that is where we are going.
Right, indeed. And therein, allow me ask, what lessons do you think Ugandans should pick from his presidency moving forward into the next 5 years?
Yeah, one, we, as a leader, he's a very unique leader. One, he has a vision, a wide vision of where Uganda should be. Today, tomorrow, the other day, and the next century or whatever. He has a long-term view of what Uganda should be. That's why we are talking about leaping into a high income status. Two, he is an active listener. I don't think I've seen a leader who listens and listens actively. Majority of the leaders listen with a view of giving an answer or even a view of response. There are those leaders, you are telling them something and he says, no, I know what you are trying to say. They don't give you, but he's one leader who listens to the detail. Even if it takes an hour, he will listen to you. Now that is a trait that is not so common in many of our leaders, and he has it in abundance. Number three, he's patient. He's a patient leader. Number three, he is reconciliatory. He's not a leader who takes, who goes into the hate business of leadership. You've seen he's had fellow leaders he's worked with. For one reason, they disagree, they part ways, but there's always an opportunity to touch base and continue.
All right, now at this point, it's 22 minutes to 10 a.m. Let's connect with Timothy Nyangweso, who is at the Kololo Independence Grounds. Over to you, Timothy.
On the long-term plan for the president.
Okay, in the legal docket, what would you say are your achievements as the Attorney General?
I think for us, really, ours is a service industry. We don't have, we can't say we have any real tangible returns because people just need to see justice done and they just need to see it faster. What we can say we have done is I think we have managed to ensure that everything is done in accordance with the law. Whether we agree or we don't agree, everything must be done in accordance with the law. Secondly, we have taken justice further and closer to the people. We have got magistrates' courts now nearer to the people. We've got our own offices nearer to the people. We've got the judges nearer to the people. So I think that's one of the things that we have engaged best in this period. We are hoping that the change in the law in the Magistrates Courts Act and the extension of the magistrates courts and the judiciary system further the people is going to fasten the process of justice, because justice is not okay to just say it's been done. It's also the time that it takes to get this thing done.
And I'm glad you spoke about time. The next 5 years, what should Ugandans anticipate from the NRM government?
Well, the next 5 years, one, as you must understand, the theme is protecting the game. So the first thing we are going to do is to protect that which has been done. Uganda will remain peaceful. Uganda will remain increasing on its agro-industrialization. Uganda will continue to engage and deepen our tourism. As you can see today, everywhere is Explore Uganda. That's part of the thing. We are going to engage more in minerals. Oil and gas is expected in the next, and then obviously science. Yesterday there was a show. All those were tips of where we are going. We are going to first of all consolidate what has been done and try and build on that. And that has been the motto of the NRM forever. NRM doesn't break down, it just builds onto what you have.
Wow, so this is the foundation for the next 5 years.
For the next 5 years and the future of this country. For the next 5 years and the future of this country.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We appreciate your time. So that was Honorable Chiriowa Chiwanuka giving us a brief of what is happening today here, but also he explained the oaths, both the oath of the presidency and the oath of allegiance that are both there. And we're excited to be able to see exactly what will be happening. A lot of dignitaries still coming in. We're waiting for the Vice President, who Her Excellency retired Major Jessica Lupo will be the Chief Presiding Officer as the Master of Ceremony here, and she has people that will be helping. But also if you come all the way from the entrance, a lot of statements being made on tourism, and this expression has come out here, especially looking at the conference that will be happening going forward. Especially what we see going forward there. But ministers are walking in, diplomatic corps is also walking in, security is tight here, but a lot of people seated in the pavilion that sits more than 5,000 people there. And we're excited also to have a new honorable in the... Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Rogers Biamukama, MP-elect Masini Municipality.
How are you and how was the elections, and congratulations to you?
Elections went very well, of course. I was able to win, and thank you very much. But here is a very historic moment, especially for me and for the people of Uganda, to usher in a new term of office of the president without any incidents whatsoever. I think it's a great opportunity for the country, but also for all the patriots in this country to see a moment like this where we have, not necessarily change of guard, but change of administration or a new term for that matter. It's a great moment.
The people of Masindi are watching you, Honorable, and expecting in the next 3 days you will be swearing in also as a Member of Parliament. Why should Ugandans be expectant in this term of office, both as you, an MP, but also as the President?
I think Ugandans are very lucky to have the kind of leadership that we have. If you look at all our neighbors, with the exception, I think even Kenya, but all our neighbors are in turmoil. But as we are swearing in today, Uganda is very, very peaceful from all corner parts of Uganda, and that means one thing, that economic transformation, infrastructure development is able, we as a government is able to do all those activities for economic transformation in a peaceful manner. If we were in turmoil, if we were in wars, it would be very difficult to implement anything meaningful. But being peaceful out here, we anticipate that in this Kisanja, government is going to deliver on its mandate on roads, on household incomes, on infrastructure, on manufacturing, on education, on health, because there is nothing that stops us.
There are pain points that Ugandans are still grappling with. You show in 2021-2026 you dropped from 21% to 16% in poverty, but that does not feel like it's happening in Ugandans' pockets. What should the president talk about this today?
Household poverty is a major concern, together with school dropouts is a major concern. In my opinion, government and President Museveni needs to focus in the next 5 years. It needs to focus on programs that help on household improvement as well as on education, to ensure that all our children and for generations to come are in school. It is very difficult for you to bring interventions when you have an educated population. When we have so many kids that have dropped out of school, have mothered or fathered children, it becomes very difficult. So if you can focus on those two together with health, I think we'll have a better population that is ready for economic transformation and that is ready for middle-income country.
Thank you very much, Honorable. It is good to have your time. So you have heard from the MP-elect from Masindi, and he'll be coming in a short while there to address a number of things. He has specifically talked about education. That is very important. I am here with Honorable Salim Uhuru, the member of SEC, Vice Chairman, Central, in charge of Kampala. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Uganda. Good morning, our viewers on UBC. Today we are celebrating a landmark. And I want to thank all Ugandans for coming out and supporting His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on this milestone of victory. 75% is a statement. So I'm so happy and congratulating everybody.
Honorable, when we look at some of the things that your people in your constituency are crying about are roads.
Yes.
And you get 65% of GDP from this city.
True.
Why are you not investing in infrastructure?
I can promise you we are starting a Sulampia, meaning we are going to put the technocrats on performance, rating them on performance. If a technocrat does not perform as a technocrat, please leave. Leave room, other people will come. This time, no more messing around. We want service delivery. Ugandans want service delivery.
What should Ugandans expect from you? You hold two portfolios. You're mayor-elect, but also a vice chairman for Kampala. So what should Ugandans expect in this tenure of yours?
What I can promise our fellow Ugandans who have entrusted us in these offices, we are going to be your servants. We are going to work. We are going to make sure we give services to you, and we are going to fight corruption. Everyone, my prayer is let us fight corruption.
Thank you very much. Let me let you take your seat. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And you have heard from the mayor-elect there, Mr. Uhuru Salim there, and we're talking about what is happening in the country here. And he has told us Ugandans, especially people in Kampala. I am here joined by Honorable Rakashara, the MP-elect for workers. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
And second member.
And second member, exactly. Congratulations. It was a rigorous process, but you came out successful. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, I want to congratulate His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for these successful elections and peaceful elections. This has been a historical elections that our President, after so many terms, that Ugandans have exhibited love and commitment to continue working with His Excellency President Museveni to make sure that we continue in peace, we protect our gains, and successfully transform Uganda from a certain class to middle class.
Honorable, you lead the workers, the different associations, but also you sit on SEC. Yes. Workers could feel this is an advantage to be able to have you both in Parliament, but also in SEC to minister over policy there. What should workers expect from you and the President moving forward in these next 5 years?
This next 5 years, we will increase the protection of the workers by making sure that the good laws that we have are implemented. That the workers of this country that serve and protect the economy should be protected at workplaces, but also improve their welfare and make sure that workers enjoy their country and their service of this country.
What message are you looking forward to? The President, after his swearing in here, he will be President. He will no longer be President-elect. Yes. What is that pain point that you see as a worker that you need him to answer?
He has already promised that he's going to make sure that we have minimum wage. And once we have minimum wage, we'll protect the workers, those ones that are vulnerable, the exploitation, and also empower them financially, give them capital, such that they can also start the other side business and make sure that their incomes are increasing. He has already worked on increment of salaries. So salaries are increasing day by day as our economy grows. So we expect in this term that the workers are going to enjoy their country.
Thank you, Honorable.
Better life.
Thank you, Honorable Rakajara. That is Honorable Rakajara. Given a mandate there that minimum wage is one of the things the president has pledged to be able to do moving forward, and we want to be able to see. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, my brother.
How are you?
I'm very fine.
You are brighter than the sunshine.
Exactly. Why? Because of the happiness. Yes. First of all, those of you who don't know me, I am Honorable Fred Bahati. I am the chairman of the Uganda NRM/PLU Voluntary Standby Task Force. This is a task force which I formed together with my colleagues to traverse the country to hunt for votes for the president, General Kaguta Museveni. And now, today, I am here, okay, to celebrate with him and all the Ugandans who voted for him massively, by the way.
Honorable Bahati, yes. Why should Ugandans pay attention to anything that is happening here today?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it is a must. First of all, we are jubilating with the success, okay, which we got on the 15th of January 2026. So all the Ugandans all over, and by the way, this is a new leader now, the president who is coming, you know, leave alone the past. Now this is a new Kisanja with new ideas, new things, new programs. And I did pray for him that in this term of office, okay, he should chase away all those who practice witchcraft, the thieves, the corrupt, so that he chooses, okay, people who are well-intentioned, who love the country, who love Uganda, okay, who wish well to Uganda, and who love him. Because, you know, he has always been surrounded by people with bad hearts, okay? But now, as a standby task force, a task force which traverses the country without any penny, without any coin, be it from the party, be it from the presidency, and for him, we don't blame him because we didn't meet him, okay? And we compiled the report, which report we are to hand over to him anytime. So I am really very happy to be part of the celebrations today.
Okay. Yes. Honorable Bahati, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. You have heard from Honorable Bahati, both PLU and the NRM, the collaboration in there. I'm also joined by the Honorable Minister, Dr. Chris Baryomunsi, Minister in charge of ICT and National Guidance, but also representing the people in Kinkizi West East that are looking at him. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
This is the only time that I have someone that we're height mates.
Absolutely, yes, you are in the same league, playing in the same league, yes. Happy to be here in Kororo. We're just waiting for the brand new president to arrive, President Yoweri Museveni, who is going to be sworn in, having garnered close to 72% of the vote, and we are very excited, we are very happy. That's why you see us even yellow, because he won on the ticket of NRM. And we want to thank Ugandans who participated in the voting, and particularly those who voted for him, and also extend congratulations to His Excellency the President and the NRM party for the resounding victory which was witnessed earlier in January.
IT has become something that brings us together, which is in your docket. Young people are online doing business and different. How do we make that affordable for them to be able to do business there?
Yes, my Ministry of ICT is responsible for facilitating digital transformation in this country. And indeed, over the last number of years, a lot of progress has been achieved. We are working hard to ensure that the cost of internet comes down, the cost of data comes down, so that IT and the IT-enabled services become affordable to even the common Ugandan. For instance, we've been cutting the cost of internet. Some years back, I announced that internet, we had reduced the cost from $70 per megabyte per second per month to $35. And we are working hard in the next 1 or 2 years to bring it down as low as $5. We are also working hard to bring down the cost of smart devices like smartphones, computers, laptops, so that even ordinary people in Kanungu can be able to transact using digital platforms. Because ICT is the way to go. The future is digital. and we must make it affordable for every Ugandan. Smartphones, computers should not be for the rich or for the elite. Even ordinary people should be able to transact, because today you can make payments using a phone, you can study and earn a degree using a phone, you can order for items from China, from Europe, using a phone. So we must create an environment, an ecosystem that supports ordinary people in order for them to transact digitally. And we are moving very fast. So that's one of the fundamental achievements under the NRM, that we are moving from analog, from manual processes to digital processes where we can all transact digitally.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. It's always good to have you here. So you have heard from the Minister of ICT and National Guidance, the Honorable Dr. Chris Baryomunsi, explaining IT. I'm also now joined by the Secretary General, the Right Honorable Tuodong Richard. He's here. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much. It's a beautiful day. The sunshine is beautiful. We are witnessing another history. President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is taking yet another oath of office to start another journey to properly handle issues of Ugandans. Thank you so much. We thank you for voting NRM. We thank you for voting President Museveni. Today is a beautiful day. We are all excited. If you are not in Kololo, please get to your television screen, watch whatever is taking place from your home.
Right, Honorable, the last time we met, we were in Luboa, you and I, and you were exhausted as results were coming in. You had traversed the country. What areas do you need to improve as the NRM government for the people's mandate?
We know there are many things we have done, and there are quite a number we are yet to do. And for those we have not done, for you Ugandans, you know that what NRM promises, they will always deliver. We know we need to create space for the young people of Uganda to get jobs. We need to fight urban poverty. We need to open our rural areas for investment. We need to make sure the farmers have market for their products. We need to make sure that whatever farmers are putting their efforts on yield results. We need to remove middlemen from extorting farmers and making sure they... So all this put together is to help take money back to the rural areas. Our manifesto this time around is focusing at how we can take money to the ordinary person and make sure that the ordinary person in the village can have easy access to credible financial sources, have access to credible seedlings, have access to affordable skills to improve on his yields. So we are focusing at the rural household. I'm sure we are going to increase more money to PDM, we are giving more money to the youth, we are giving more money to the women, and we are giving more money to the vulnerable communities of this country.
Are you already working on 2031? Because this achievement is yours, you're already there. So are we looking at 2031, and what does that look like?
I am now seeing how the swearing in 2031 should be. I'm thinking that now. My mind is in 2031 now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. We appreciate your time there. We have been joined also by a new Honorable here. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, I'm very fine, thank you so much. I'm called Honorable Namlondo Sarah Owech-Tambala from Buyende, Woman MP elect. I'm really humbled and grateful to be on this historical day. We are making history. We are having this president. This is as a very, very different function from whatever we've been having. We have the sunshine. It is really a good day. And then I'm calling upon everybody who is around here to please pray for our country, pray for this nation, pray for our Mzee, and then ourselves as a nation, because whenever we put God ahead of us, everything goes on smoothly. Then the people of Buyende, I'm really happy that you made me who I am today, and I'm grateful. I will always be humbled before my people. And then the nation at large, we really thank the president, because this time we are saying, let's protect the gains. And Mzee is one of the gains we've really gained. And grateful to you, my brother, and humbled. Thank you so much. Namlondo Sarah Hassani from Buyende, Woman MP elect.
That is Honorable Sarah from Buyende, MP elect, Woman MP elect from Buyende there. But for now, we will be taking you back to the broadcast house. We'll come back here when the president arrives, but most of the dignitaries are here, and we expect the president to arrive any time from now so that the inauguration can commence. From me, Timothy Nyangoso, to you at broadcast house.
What started over 20 years ago as a scientific research initiative by Professor Florence Isabide Muranga at Makerere University to transform perishable bananas into high-value industrial products has today become a national treasure and again worth protecting.
Mr. Kasuja, the chairman of the Electoral Commission, podium, so that the swearing-in process can begin. It's now Mr. Kasuja to take charge.
Is being chaired in the main shed as the...
So help me God. Swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Uganda, and that I will preserve, protect and defend the Constitution, so help me God. I, Yoweri Museveni Kaguta, swear in the name of the Almighty God, that I shall faithfully exercise the functions of the President of Uganda and shall uphold, preserve, protect, and defend.
What started over 20 years ago as a scientific research initiative by Professor Florence Isabide Muranga at Makerere University to transform perishable bananas into high-value industrial products has today become a national treasure and again worth protecting under the visionary leadership of President Yoweri Museveni.
I first saw her work at Rugogo. When I was inspecting, I found that she had made flour out of banana. The sano, very high quality flour. So when she was in Germany, where she was doing her research, the professor was teaching her, said, you give me the patent of this flour, and I will pay you. But I said, no, I cannot give you the patent. She did not have the money, I gave her the money. I think you want to just start the patent.
I'm happy that 2005, that's when he commissioned this industry. And we started like a real experimental project in Nyaruzinga. And by 2014, we had the infrastructure which was launched. And in 2019, we were commissioned as a company limited by guarantee. So we now have got capacity of producing up to 1.5 metric tons of dry flour every day from Nyaruzinga Bushenyi, which is significant. That means we take on about 10 metric tons of fresh banana.
Driven by the desire to turn matoke from a subsistence crop into a commercial commodity, Professor Muranga's innovation laid the foundation for improving household incomes, creating jobs, and empowering rural farmers through value addition and industrialization.
We have almost 200 direct and almost 500 indirect jobs.
From the gardens of rural farmers to modern industrial production, the banana is becoming a symbol of Uganda's transformation under its brand name, Toke. 10 metric tons of fresh bananas is a significant step in promoting value addition and industrialization within Uganda's banana sector. However, the current processing plant of 10 metric tons is still limited compared to the increasing local and international demand for banana-based products.
Our immediate priority, we are working on a strategy that is going to enable us to bring the technology transfer to the rest of the country, wherever people want and are able to grow bananas. And we also, at the same time, we've been enabled, we've been invited in Isingiro. They have offered up to 3 square miles for us to do plantation development in order to have buffer, because we're actually not only doing banana flour, also working on banana starch. So the volume of bananas that is required is quite enormous. So getting a possibility of 3 square miles for growing bananas in a very viable area like Isingiro is a very, very enticing aspect. And on top of that, Chirukura district has also given us nearly a square mile to put on our industrial technology park, where I'm saying that we're going to do almost 10 times in terms of volume of production as what we've been. And besides, we're also going to be able to transform the waste. That's what people don't talk about. We're not only working on the flour, we're also working on the waste turning into animal feed. We are working on the waste turning into energy. So ultimately, we are doing all this to ensure that this is a closed loop economy and optimizing the value for everybody. It will be such a joy to have the farmers bring the bananas and take back the waste from the biogas fermentation back to their factories as organic manure. Yeah, and they will also be able to take the feeds, animal feeds, back to their animals as part of the subsidized give back.
This capacity constraint affects the industry's ability to secure and sustain large export contracts, despite identifying viable regional and international markets.
We have leads that are ready to take up our products in the American market. We have also potential leads in the European markets, in the Middle East, but also in the regional scenario. We have conversation on uptakers in Kenya, Tanzania, and DRC.
Expanding production capacity will not only strengthen export competitiveness, but also increase farmer incomes, produce post-harvest losses, create jobs for youth and women, and contribute to Uganda's broader agenda of industrialization and economic transformation. It's from this point that the government decided to support the presidential initiative on banana industrial development to upscale production by automating the Bushenyi plant to a capacity of 14 metric tons per day. This expansion is expected to greatly benefit farmers across the Greater Bushenyi region by creating a larger and more reliable market for their matoke, increasing household incomes, boosting local economic growth, and creating employment opportunities for youth and women along the banana value chain. The increased production capacity will also strengthen Uganda's industrialization agenda through value addition, improve product consistency for export markets, and enhance the country's competitiveness in agro-industrial products.
At the same time, we've been able to showcase that we could increase the production levels of banana. When we started in Bushenyi, most farmers were producing banana at between 5 to 10 metric tons per hectare per year. Now, if that was to compare to what we found in Israel at the time, Israel was producing in the desert 150 metric tons per hectare. So our scientists, after training, we came back and put in place the same model that Israel uses, and we've been able to progressively work from the 5 to 10 to now close 120.
PBID currently supports over 200 direct jobs, ranging from processing, administration, quality control, and technical services. In addition, more than 500 indirect jobs have been created through farmer networks, transportation, supply chains, and allied businesses linked to the banana production and processing. This institution has contributed to significant improvements in community life, including access to clean water, electricity, and organized markets for bananas.
They are all connected to the grid. They are all connected to water. They are all, almost 60% of these farmers have got a permanent house. You find that almost 70% of these farmers can afford to have a mobility, electric or a car or by border, you get it. And they all have a TV, you get it. I don't know which village is like that. I can assure you that I don't see any child in that village who doesn't go to school. I transect that village quite often because that's our workplace. But you hardly meet a child on the street because they are all viably integrated. Yeah.
As President Yoweri Museveni takes oath today, it was his visionary leadership, guidance and support towards the presidential initiative on banana industrial development, PBID, mainly by turning it from a research idea into a government-backed agro-industrial program focused on value addition in bananas.
Your Excellency, I stand here to represent progressive scientists in this country and say that we are proud of you because you've made science matter in this country. We pledge our loyalty in working with you as you transform this country to another level with science.
Uganda's agricultural transformation is central to the NRM's development agenda. The Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, MAIF, under the leadership of His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, has driven the shift from subsistence to commercial agriculture through modernization, irrigation, and value addition. By supporting key sectors such as coffee, dairy, fisheries, and food crops, MAIF has boosted productivity, strengthened exports, and improved rural livelihoods, turning the NRM vision into sustained agricultural growth. This is the story of how Maif is turning the NRM vision into lasting agricultural growth.
We've made it clear with the message of the president, more people. We see more plantation farming coming up, coffee farms of 100 acres, 50 acres. We've seen a change in the farming geography of the country.
Our goal has been to transform agriculture from subsistence, to commercial agriculture with the chivaro, so that the people get enterprises that will give them money. And this way we have really focused on ensuring that there is good education for the farmers, for the people, ensuring that they have access to good technologies, seeds, mechanization, irrigation, good stock breeds, and good post-harvest handling technologies.
The country's agricultural transformation is also reflected in the fisheries subsector, which contributes about 3% to the national GDP and 12% to the agricultural GDP. Fisheries remain the major source of livelihoods, nutrition and export earnings for Uganda.
We produce roughly above 700,000 metric tons of fish annually, both from capture fisheries, which is fishing from the lakes, but also from aquaculture, which is fish farming.
According to the fisheries policy, an estimated 4.5 million Ugandans are employed across fisheries value chains, making the sector a vital economic pillar for local communities and an important contributor to export revenue generation.
We are actually estimating 200 or more, okay, 200 or more million US dollars per annum. Okay, if you consider what goes to the regional markets, a lot of trade goes on through the porous borders. You know, Congo, South Sudan, Kenya.
In 2021, the government of Uganda, in partnership with IFAD, invested in oilseed sector to bridge the gap between production and consumption of vegetable oil in the country. The intervention focused on 4 major value chains: sunflower, groundnuts, soybeans, and sesame.
As a project, we are working with over 120,000 households to commercialize the oilseed production and thereby increasing the household income. So it aligns with the agro-organization agenda, but it also aligns with the vision of the president of transforming the farming community to middle income, putting money in people's pockets.
The National Oilseeds Project covers 81 districts across West Nile, Acholi, Lango, Teso, Karamoja, Busoga, Bunyoro, and parts of Buganda. The initiative has boosted local production and reduced dependency on costly imports.
As of December 2025, the oilseed subsector is contributing 65 metric tons of vegetable oil in this sector. So at household level, we have seen farmers increase the coverage of the area that is under oilseeds. So I can see that the project is on track to achieve its development objective.
Similar economic gains are realized through the National Oil Palm Project, which aims to lift rural households out of poverty. The project has already benefited more than 30,000 families through stable incomes, employment opportunities, and improved infrastructure development.
The income at a household level has transformed the people's lives. People are sending their children now to good schools. People can afford health, go to a clinic and get treatment for themselves and for their children. People are getting insurance, you can't imagine.
Demand for edible oil and related agricultural products continues to rise annually. driven by Uganda's rapidly growing population and expanding market opportunities.
We require about 450 metric tons annually to be able to be what we call self-sufficient, so that we are not able to import anymore. And so we are looking at establishing an equivalent of 100,000 hectares of oil palm plantation to be able to feed us as a nation, but also to be able to export.
The Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries is recognized for strong policy formulation and strategic planning. In 2022, a $12 million Uganda-China FAO South-to-South project was launched to boost food security and household incomes.
It has improved the relationship, diplomatic relationship between Uganda and China. And as you know, China is a strategic partner in terms of markets from and for Uganda. So there has been improved exports of Ugandan products into the Chinese market.
Climate change, pests and diseases, drought, and other challenges continue to threaten agriculture. To address these risks, the ministry established the Strategic Intervention Project to boost food and animal feed security.
This program is aimed at supporting government agencies and large-scale commercial farmers to produce food security crops, including maize, soybean, beans, and sorghum, but also pasture for animals.
Uganda's dairy sector is experiencing rapid growth, producing approximately 5.4 billion liters of milk annually for both local consumption and export markets.
Dairy is one of the commodities that are in the National Development Plan to ensure that they take us to middle-class status as a country, because we have over 2.3 million households that are practicing dairy farming. But beyond that, we've seen it as a very profitable enterprise. Any value addition beyond selling of raw milk, there is high margins in terms of products that are being marketed.
The dairy industry contributes roughly 6.5% to 9% of Uganda's agricultural GDP. Uganda has improved animal production and health through local vaccine manufacturing and genetic improvement to promote commercial livestock farming.
The breed, its feed, that's the second most important thing, and the management of that breed. So those are the things that we look at on production aspects, that the breed is correct, the way you bring up the breed is correct, and the way you manage this breed is correct, and the way you feed that livestock. Then when you look at the health aspect, we are responsible for supporting the nation and the farmers to see that health aspects of livestock are done very well.
Cotton is a critical cash crop in Uganda, providing income to smallholder households and contributing significantly to foreign exchange earnings.
There is demand for cotton, locally and also internationally. We have textile industries, we have industries that are manufacturing cotton wool and other sanitary products. We have factories that are producing edible oil from cotton seed. So these need to be protected because they are not only providing employment for the Ugandan citizens, but they are also providing income.
Coffee remains one of Uganda's cherished cash crops, playing a vital role in household livelihoods and contributing significantly to foreign exchange earnings.
Well, thank you so much for keeping it with us on UBC TV.
On this day when history yet again is being made, as Ugandans went to the polls, elected their president of their choice, and today what is happening is the inauguration of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni as the president of the Republic of Uganda. Of course, various heads of states are already in Uganda and to witness and be part of this historical moment. As you can see, those are clips of what is happening in Kololo ceremonial grounds where the national event is taking place. And in studios, I'm not alone. I'm with Honorable Sebalu here, a man who has followed the history of Uganda, more so when we talk about elective politics. 1996, Honorable Mike Sebalu was in the CA. That's the Constituent Assembly. And that was the journey to proper democracy in Uganda and elective democracy that we are talking about, where we saw a head of state. Now, Honorable Sebalu, you people, I'll be getting back to him shortly there, but of course we are seeing quite a number of dignitaries coming in, arriving at Kololo ceremonial grounds, and a number of presidents have been arriving. Already we know that the president of South Sudan already arrived in the country. We know the president of Somalia arrived in the country. We also know that we've had quite a number of prime ministers jetting into the country as of yesterday, early morning, and all these are going to be witnessing the 7th swearing in of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Now, this is a public holiday, just to let you know in case you've forgotten or you're not aware, and all government offices are not working. They are closed as Ugandans go to attend and be part of this historical moment. UBC TV, it is our mandate, and we are living to our promise, ensuring that even when you're not in Kololo, you follow events as they unfold. Now we know very well that there is a procedure that will be followed once the president is there, and then we will see finally instruments of power, his speech then, and of course now we'll be waiting to have the parliament in place, a new cabinet in place, and of course parliament has another interesting issue, the other side, which will be the voting or the electing of a speaker and the deputy. But today is a big day for the president, because without the fountain of honor, then all these cannot fall in place. We had a successful election, and thereafter, now today we are here to witness what is going to be happening. And I know many would wonder, what is the procedure like? Because I know a number of people that are in Kololo may wonder what is going to be happening. Now, I just want to take you briefly through the procedure of the day. What do we do as we are swearing in a new president? What is the order like? What are those things that must be put in place or must be there? The procedure in swearing in. One, the director of ceremony will take over, and then there we shall see the chairperson of the Electoral Commission coming in there, is invited by the director of ceremony. Then the chairperson of the Electoral Commission invites the president-elect to proceed to the swearing-in podium. Now, these are key events that must happen. The director of ceremony takes over, and then the we'll see him invite the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, who will then invite the president-elect to come to the podium. Now, His Excellency, the President, proceeds to the swearing-in podium. These are procedures of swearing in. Then once he's there, the chairperson, Electoral Commission, introduces the president-elect to the nation. So Justice Simon Yabakama has a very critical role to play today. Justice Simon Yabakama. And then after the chairperson of Electoral Commission invites His Lordship, the Chief Justice, to proceed to the swearing-in podium to administer the oath of allegiance and the oath of president to the elected president. Now here, if you listen very well, we have very important people here who must be part of the swearing-in ceremony. These include, one, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. He presided over this election. He knows the winner. Yes, he was declared, but he presents that winner to the nation. Now, the man that must not miss another one is the Chief Justice. His Lordship, the Chief Justice, must invite the President. Then His Lordship, the Chief Justice, the head, and then another person there is the head of Public Service and Secretary to Cabinet and the Chief Registrar proceed to the swearing-in podium. Each of these people has a vital role to play. I see an arrival there. Well, as we continue with the procedure. Now, from there we have the chairperson of the Electoral Commission resumes his seat. Then the registrar presents the Bible and the oath of allegiance to the president-elect. So also the Bible must be there because His Excellency is a Christian. If it was a Muslim state or a Muslim president-elect, then there we should have the Quran. But we have the Bible. Then the president-elect takes oath of allegiance. Then the chief registrar presents the oath of president to the president-elect. So these are must be done today. I want to repeat, these are must be done today because it is the swearing-in procedure. You can't skip, you can't eliminate. From there, we have the chief registrar takes the Bible away from the president-elect. Then the chief registrar guides the president-elect where to sign on the oath of allegiance and the oath of president. The chief registrar guides the chief justice where to sign on the oath of allegiance and the oath of president. The chief registrar presents one by one the instruments of power to the Republic of Uganda to the chief justice. Now, you cannot be president, even if you do all the dancing, if you've not received the instruments of power. Now, what are the instruments of power that the president is going to be receiving today? Now, instruments of power include the Constitution. My guest in studios was one of the framers in the CA. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. As a president, you must receive our Constitution as the #1 instrument of power. The national flag. As a president, you must receive that. Now, let's first head to Kolo briefly.
The heads of delegation from across the continent and from across the world that have joined us to recognize this historic day here in the Republic of Uganda. To you, our visiting delegates and distinguished guests, we invite you to explore Uganda. We invite you to explore this unique, beautiful pearl of Africa. We invite you to continue looking at the screens across the entire Kololo ceremonial grounds that will highlight the flora and fauna of this, our beautiful country, as we welcome you to the pearl of Africa. As a youth initiative, as you take position to entertain our distinguished guests, we want to welcome the global audience joining us across the digital platforms. We want to welcome the Ugandan diaspora that are joining us. Karibu sana. We want to welcome the Ugandans across the country watching and listening across the national televisions and radio stations. Welcome. On behalf of our Director of Ceremonies, we welcome you to this swearing in and inauguration day as I invite the ASE Youth Initiative Group to entertain us.
Happening there, and just on behalf of the Director of Ceremonies was our very own there, that is Morris Mugisha. But we are still looking at the instruments of power that definitely any person on such a day, a president-elect, must be handed over. Now we've looked at the Constitution, the national flag, then we have the presidential standard, that is flag. That is also another instrument of power that must be handed over to the president-elect to become president. Now we have the national anthem, then we have the national coat of arms and the public seal. Now another very important thing is the public seal there, because that is what verifies any very important document, that it has that and in the possession of the president. Now from there, the Chief Justice hands over one by one the instruments of power of the Republic of Uganda to the president. Then the Chief of Defense Forces hands over the instruments of the national defense to His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Now, for the first time, this is another interesting thing. We are going to see the CDF General Muhoozi Kainerugaba handing over instruments of power to President-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And that is also history, I must say, that is going to go down. Now, you're lucky if you're Ugandan who's been alive and watching, that you still capture that move of handing over instruments of power from the CDF, handing them over to the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces today. Now, we'll have then the Head of Public Service and Secretary to Cabinet receives one by one of the instruments of power of the Republic of Uganda from, that is His Excellency, for custody. Now, those are some of the procedures that must happen, must be followed today. But like I earlier said, I'm not alone in studios. I have a man who was there in the CA as Ugandans decided on this journey. Remember, whatever we are doing today is constitutional. Honorable Sebaru, how does it feel having lived in a Uganda, where we did not have such rule of law, presidents were being sworn in without any election, but today, here we are, the 7th time, we are seeing smooth transfer of power through an election where the Uganda people's choice has been honored.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ndugu Chirabo. That is a very fundamental question. It goes back to the basics. It goes back to the revolution that was spearheaded by President Yoweri Museveni to rid Uganda of tyranny, unconstitutional leadership, and anarchy of leadership. We were earlier on watching the very first time that President Museveni got sworn in at the stairs of Parliament, veranda of Parliament, and that is where he declared a fundamental change. And indeed, this is part of the fundamental change, because we are looking at a country with clear systems, systems that are fully functional. We are looking at a country with structures which are fully functional. We are looking at a country with processes that are followed in spirit and letter to deliver the desirable outcomes. We are dealing with a country with procedures that are functional. We are dealing with a country that puts emphasis on the three arms of government, the executive, legislature, and the judiciary, that work in collaboration to deliver the common good. So with that kind of situation, there is reason to celebrate. There is reason to be proud of our country. There is reason to feel good about what is happening in our nation. And the most important aspect that we need to highlight in this show is to do with the democratic process. The democratic process that puts emphasis on how, when, and who gets power. Going back to our provisions of the Constitution, where power is vested within the people, who shall use it by determining and choosing leaders. So what we are celebrating today is not a victory of President Museveni alone. It is the victory of the people. It is the victory of the Ugandans, who are using the power vested to them by the mother of all laws in the land, which is the Constitution, where they are given opportunity to choose a leader. And the leader that was chosen among many that offered themselves is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and today he's being sworn in to take charge of the affairs of this country under a renewed mandate.
Now head to Kololo for the swearing-in ceremony. We will return later when all is done.